Raw that we've got. We are going to be seeing a trick or street fight, and that's going to be between Riddle and Otis. We've got Roman Reigns on the show. We got Brock Lesnar on the show. We've also got Nikki Cross taking on Bianca. That's going to be going down. It's a non-title match, but that goes down tonight as well. I have seen a report from Fightful that have got a bit more information, but to be honest, I don't know if everything has been announced. Nothing Bray, right? I'll tell you that now. Nothing Bray. Bray might be on the show, but there's no spoilers. Nothing from Fightful in regards to Bray or anything along those lines. So, look, I'm not going into this with loads of optimism. I'm not going into this like crazy excited because it is a go home. And I think we need to lower our expectations. That way we won't be disappointed. I think if you go into tonight's show thinking it's going to be, an incredible show, there's going to be loads happening, all this kind of stuff, I would just lower that because I think it's just going to be the final touches for Crown Jewel. Crown Jewel, of course, is this weekend. And can't wait for it. We will be doing it. We are doing the watch along. I've not put the watch along up on the channel yet because I didn't want to confuse people because we have just put up the predictions. So a big thank you to everyone that has watched and enjoyed our prediction video that went up yesterday. So if you've not seen it, you can check it out. Runs for about 16 minutes. I really wanted to make it closer to 10, but you all know how much I love talking. So it went a bit longer than I was hoping. Surprise, surprise. Also, a big thank you to everyone that joined us on the second channel yesterday. We did a Bray Wyatt hour-long stream. We dropped some really interesting bits in there. We had some good conversations as well. Stuff that kind of I went away thinking about. And what I might try to do is potentially tomorrow take some of those points, take some of the things people are talking about today as well, put it all into a video and get that out there for you if you never saw that stream. But we're doing stuff on this channel, we're doing stuff on that channel. We're kind of jumping all over the place at the moment. It's good. There's an excitement around, obviously, with the whole Bray stuff. And I think Crown Jewel's a big show. I mean, I don't know if you've seen the images of them building the set, but it feels like it's going to be a big deal. It doesn't feel like an arena. It looks to be like a stadium. I haven't actually looked at where the venue is, but it could be a dome or some kind of indoor thing. But it feels big. Certainly from the shots I've seen, it feels big. It feels like a big show. And as we said, that is this Saturday. Of course, headline is Logan against Roman. People are questioning, will WWE do it? Will they pull the trigger? Will they swerve us? Obviously, we don't know. I don't think they do. I think that Roman will retain, but be interesting to see the kind of buzz that's generated this week because, of course, they want all those Logan fans tuning in. So I'm very interested to see this week how are we going to grab the attention of all of those Logan fans? How are we going to get their attention? How are we going to get the message out that Logan is in the main event of this big show? So I'm looking to see what they're doing this week. Don't know if Logan's on tonight. I've not seen anything advertised, but we know that we are getting Roman Reigns. Jake beat Silver, legit. Let that sink in like Elon Musk and Twitter, says Kevin. Mike said they need to blend some Wyatt clues into Raw, keep the momentum going. Jim said Crown Jewel is must miss for me. Jim, hope you're well. Spoiler alert, Jey Uso will interfere and make Roman Reigns lose. Steve said, what is the second channel? It's called Wrestling Days Clips. I've been putting quite a few Bray theory videos over there. I've spoke about it before. It's sort of a second channel, but it's sort of also not, because the way that I do it is that if there's been a big video go onto this channel, my next video that, I feel has got some good stuff in it, I don't really want to put it on this channel because it's going to get in the way of the video that just went on this channel. So it goes over there. It's not going over there because it's not very good. It's not going over there because I don't believe in what I'm talking about or anything. it's going over there because I don't want it to get in the way of what's just dropped onto this channel. So that's why there's like 2 channels being used, and the stuff over there that genuinely are some of the biggest theories that we've done. There was a whole segment of SmackDown that was never shown in the UK or the US. A whole segment of SmackDown. And shout out to Rotem, who was banging on about that and sent me the clip. And it's true. We never got to see it. We actually went to like a bit of a break, but there was a segment that was shown in India and other countries. And Rotem managed to record it and managed to get it. That went on to the second channel. I mean, that's huge, isn't it? That's massive. A whole Bray segment that people might have not seen. So, yeah, that's why there's the 2 channels. Is it more Usi over there? It's more Usi over there, yes. Miss Clown, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Harif said Bloodline's going to be on tonight, right? I mean, I presumed so. Roman's on. So if Roman's around, I have to think the Bloodline's around, but I haven't seen anything actually saying that they are there. It's just if Roman's there, surely the Bloodline's there. So I'm presuming the Bloodline are around, but it's only presuming. WWE Rex said, could Harper be the heel glove and Howdy the hurt glove? Thoughts? I don't know that they're going to be symbolic of gloves, but yeah, there is the theory doing the rounds that one is like an angel, the other is a demon, a devil of some kind, good and evil. You know, Harper, I don't think they'll be portraying Harper as being evil. So I have to feel like he will be quite soft and gentle. It's carrot and stick, isn't it? You know, seems like Harper, you know, he's not backwards, is he? You know, an image of Bray with his eyes crossed out and the word liar written all over it. And, you know, he's been saying, like, why are you lying? Why are you lying to the ones that you love? You know, he's very forward. He's very confrontational. And seems like he is potentially the darkness, the evil side, if you will. The only thing that I'm confused by is that he was presented at times, quite often actually, in a blue light. And the blue light has kind of always been seen as being a more positive color. It's the red light that kind of reflects the darkness. So it's really interesting because, yeah, there's a theory that Harper's going to be the angel and that Howdy is more like the devil, the demon, the darkness. But then you've got this kind of interesting counter-argument to do with the blue and the red colors. So, look, we can go quite far down that rabbit hole, that wormhole. It's not probably the right place to do it here. We kind of explored a bit of that yesterday. And obviously we'll continue to explore it as we get more and more clues. But right now, people are really split as to whether Howdy is Bray or Bo. I did a Twitter poll that was 60% Bo and about 25-30% Bray. And then I did a poll last night in our stream that was more 46-45. It was really, really close. And I think Bray just got the edge. So people are really split as to whether it's Bray or Bo. And then there's theories that it could be other people as well. So we're still really struggling to kind of decode who it is. And we're still really struggling to work out the relationship that Howdy has got to Bray. But it's great stuff. It's really engaging. I do think it's brave as well. I said this the other day. I think it's really brave of Bray to do this because The Fiend, right, was like this cool demon based on the Joker. The mask was obviously quite interesting, and you know, the yowie wowie, the deeper voice. It was all good, and it seemed to tick a lot of boxes. People thought it was cool. People love the Fiend. People have got tattoos of the Fiend. Like the Fiend figures were like, you know, great sellers. Fiend masks, and you know, people love the Fiend. I think it's very brave of Bray to come back and just not do Funhouse and Fiend. I mean, he could have easily come back with the puppets and the Funhouse and the Fiend and just carried on where he left off. But he is telling you a whole new story right now with Uncle Howdy, Uncle Harper. And as I said, I think it's brave. I think it's also brave because this Uncle Howdy is basically someone in a mask that's a mask of seemingly an old man. Do you know what I mean? Like, is that as cool as The Fiend? I'm sure it is to people that are into it. Like, I'm really into it, so I mean, I ain't got no issue with it. But what about those people that just tune in? They just tune in each week, watch week by week. That's it. You know, they enjoy watching the wrestling, chat to their friends about it, but you know, they're not going to Dave Meltzer. They're not going on Twitter and sharing their thoughts, or do you know what I mean? Like, it's a show they watch, just like they watch The Walking Dead, or they also watch, I don't know, Stranger Things. It's just one of the shows they watch. I wonder what they think. Do they think it's cool? Because it's not The Fiend, is it? It's a mask of an old man. It's brave. It is brave. It is very, very brave. So I'm interested to see where it's going to go. I think Uncle Howdy is a reference to Blackjack, said, yeah, folks, name Joe. William said, when Roman does lose the titles, do you think the bloodline will be with him and try to help him during the match? So I think that Sammy will be gone by that point. I think that Sammy is going to be kicked out of the bloodline. I think the bloodline are going to, you know, have some problems. I could see the Usos losing the tag titles and Sammy being like, you know, Jay blaming Sammy for that. And maybe Sammy did something wrong and Jimmy trying to be on his side, but it's getting harder. You know what I mean? Like, oh, you really did mess up that time. And I can see things not going great for Sammy. Eventually, I think they turn on Sammy. I think we're all just waiting for Sammy to be turned on at some point. I have to think when that happens, Roman will be obviously a part of that. So I think you've got Roman and the Usos and Solo eventually turning on Sammy. Sammy will then be kicked out of the group. And then whether he goes after tag belts, whether he goes after Roman, like whether it sets up a feud between him and Jay, I really don't know. I'd love for him to go after Roman. But I think when Roman eventually loses the belts, I mean, look, blood will always be there. So I think that he and the Usos will always be close. And the same with Solo. But I think they'll be together, but there will be cracks. And I think he'll lose the title. Hopefully, in my opinion, to Sammy. I would love for Sammy to be the one. But I know that that's not an opinion shared by everyone. Harriet says, you want to keep believing in Logan, you're going to get your hearts broken. Roman is going to keep his title after Crown Jewel. Hawkins said, shout out from Sault Ste. Marie in Ontario, Canada. Shout out to Canada. Kenny, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Dark Angel said, I think it's the opposite. I think Roman turns on Jay and will kick him out. Kenny said, let's go. Frank said, Roman takes Sammy's side. That's where The Rock will come in to fix family business. Felix said, did you see Fury get heated in an interview? Do you know why he got mad? No, is the answer to that. I saw a thumbnail. I saw a little thing saying that he'd got angry at True Geordie. True Geordie had said something to do with Chisora. Literally the only information I've got is what was in the line of the title. Never clicked on it, so I haven't seen it, to be honest. I can't say I've seen. No one's tagged me in anything. I can't say I've seen anything regarding it. So I am going to guess that he went onto the True Geordie podcast. True Geordie made a comment like, "It's a shame this isn't Usyk or Joshua or someone better." And then upset Tyson Fury, and Tyson Fury went mental. That would be my guess. That would be the way that I think it's maybe gone. But I never saw the video. But I believe it's on YouTube. William said, maybe Jay is the one that brings in The Rock because he wants to prove Roman wrong. Ricky said, The Rock should not be anywhere near the titles. Wait until Roman loses them. Carlos said, Captain Howdy is from The Exorcist in 1973. That might be where Uncle Howdy comes from. Daniel said, basically, True Geordie said all the tough questions that haven't been asked regarding the fight being a bit of a mismatch, and Tyson seemed to know he was right and snapped at him. Dylan said, do you think it's possible for the bloodline to turn on Jay to bring The Rock? Because we've seen Dominic turn on his father, so I guess anything is on the table. Yeah, anything's on the table, absolutely. I do think that Jay is going to continue to get more and more alienated, but Jay is blood at the end of the day, and he's in a tag team with his brother. And so even though things might get harder and harder for Jay, and ultimately, Roman may make the decision to kick Jay out of the bloodline. For me personally, I would only see that as being a short-term thing. I don't think that would be a long-term thing because, he's in a tag team with his brother. They're all still family. So there has to be a reconciliation at some point. So I do agree that it could continue to go down that path and that Roman could have to make a choice and choose Jay to leave, right? My feeling on that, though, is that it would only be a short-term thing. Jay would find his way back in, and the ultimate goal has to be that Sami gets attacked and kicked out of the group. Because Sami, at the end of the day, is not blood, and Sami I don't see being a part of the bloodline for a long time. It's kind of similar to when Daniel Bryan came into the Wyatt family. So they brought Daniel Bryan in, but the end goal was always to set up Daniel Bryan versus Bray and to do a feud, to do like a few matches. And so that was around early 2014, late 2013. They actually brought Daniel Bryan into the Wyatt family. And we saw it as well with Randy Orton. Randy Orton came into the Wyatt family. And again, that was all to set up a feud between Orton and Bray. And so they brought him in. And I'm just seeing comparison again here. The bloodline have brought in Sami Zayn, which is very random for them to bring in Sami Zayn. He's not bloods. He's not really got much of a history. It's not like he's been a lifelong family friend. They've just brought him in because Sami was the locker room leader at the time, and he wanted to work with Roman. And so it feels to me like you bring Sami in to build towards it being a payoff at the end of it, and that to me would be either Sami joining up with Kevin and going after the Usos, or Sami and Roman. So I don't disagree that Jay could be kicked out, but I do think that would be a short-term thing. I think he would find his way back, and I still think the ultimate goal is Sami being attacked and Sami being kicked out, because as we said, we've seen it before. It's something we've seen in regards to Daniel Bryan and the Wyatts, in regards to Randy Orton with the Wyatts. These kind of outside people coming in to then turn and then set up a match is it's an old story. It's something we've seen play out before. Brad said, how are you? Looking forward to another Raw stream. Looking forward to Crown Jewel. Yeah, do you know what? I am actually really looking forward to this week. I think it's always special when you know the week is going to end with a premium live event. We tend to do a lot of weeks where we watch the shows, and then at the Saturday I'll do UFC or I'll do boxing. I think, and I still haven't worked out exactly what Saturday's going to look like, but we're definitely doing Crown Jewel. So it's something special about it. There's something really special about knowing that this is a full week of wrestling, right? I mean, we have got pretty much every day something going on that's wrestling related. Tonight is Raw. Tomorrow is NXT. Wednesday will be AEW. Thursday, I'm sure there'll be a Bray video or something that goes onto the channel. Then Friday we've got SmackDown, and then Saturday we've got Crown Jewel, and then Sunday we tend to do our stream over on the second channel. So every day we've got things that are going to be happening as we build and work our way towards Crown Jewel. So there's something really exciting about that. And I actually think the Crown Jewel card looks all right. I mean, I think Brock Bobby is going to be a lot of fun. They've done an all right job, not a perfect job. They've done an all right job of getting me excited for Braun versus Amos. I'm not crazy about it. I'm not losing my mind over it, but I'm probably more excited for it than I would have been about a month ago. I really think that moment where they were face to face and Braun was seeing Braun having to look up at someone was just bizarre. Bizarre. I've met Braun. He's a monster. He towers over me. And so to see like Braun looking up at Amos, I was like, wow, yeah, it's a good visual. It's a really good visual. Two giants colliding, and I'm sure the match will be atrocious, but I'm down for it. Yeah, it's not a match that I'm like, oh God, that's a skip. That's a bathroom break. It might be that way for some people, but it's all right, man. It's all right. Brock Bobby, that'll be great. Roman Logan, I'm not really into it. But I do think Logan will give a decent account of himself. I do also wonder if Austin Theory is going to try and cash in. And if you saw the prediction video, I did say, what about Jake Paul? What about KSI? Because if you've got Logan in the main event, then I've got to think that you're going to do something with that. Yeah, you're not. Logan is going to be outnumbered. He's going to know that he is outnumbered. Surely he's going to bring some backup. Yeah? You don't go up against Roman and the Bloodline on your own and think that you're going to succeed. I mean, you're an idiot, right? If I had a match with Roman, I'm bringing about 50 people with me. So I think there's a chance that someone, be it Jake, be it KSI, might be in the crowds. We could see them jump over the barricades. They could certainly just one punch, bang, knock out Austin Theory. We saw that at Clash at the Castle with Tyson Fury knocking out Austin Theory. So we could absolutely see it here. And even though that wouldn't be like crazy for me, it would still be a moment. I mean, look, Jake's credible now. Yeah, I mean, he beat Anderson at the weekend. And I think that if he was to jump over and knock out Austin Theory, that would make sense. It would make headlines. And then, like, you know, Roman distracted. Logan gets that one lucky punch, nails him. Roman goes down. Everyone will be like, oh my God, they're going to do it. 1, 2, something will happen. Something will happen. You might remember exactly the same at Clash. 1, 2, and then Solo Sikoa pulled Drew out of the ring and Solo Sikoa arrived. So I think there's every chance that we're going to see Logan get close at some point. So I don't think it's going to be a squash. I don't think he's just going to rock up and just batter him. Logan's going to want to give a decent account of himself. So I think he'll have a chance. So I suppose in a way, even though I'm not massively into Logan being in that position, I am still interested to see how are they going to book it? What is it they're going to do? I am expecting there to be drama. I think they'll stack it. They'll want that match to be one that people remember and talk about. Logan will want to be proud of it. You know, he's not going to rock up and get smashed. No way. He wouldn't agree to that. What that does not serve Logan any benefit to rock up and just get destroyed by Roman Reigns. If Logan's going to fly to Saudi Arabia and get prepared to be in a main event, he's not going to get squashed. So how do they book it? What are they going to do? Who's going to get involved? What's happening with Austin Theory? Is Jake Paul or KSI there? Blah, 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 blah. So all of that stuff I think will be interesting. And then you've got, you know, like Bianca and Bayley. I think that's been pretty fun. I thought their ladder match was fine. I think that they are capable of a great match. And this is a last woman standing, which is not a match type we see the women have, actually. So last woman standing match, to be honest, I mean, we must have had a handful, if that, before. I really can't remember that many last women standing matches in WWE. And I think this is history because this will be the first gimmick match that women will have had in Saudi Arabia. They've only ever had one-on-one matches. I think there was a triple threat. I think it was like Sasha, Becky, and Bianca. So there was a triple threat, but this is the first time there's like a stipulation that's been added. Last woman standing. So yeah, we've got that to look forward to as well. Add the Usos and Brawling Brutes. Add OC and Judgment Day. It's an all right card, man. I mean, it's not SummerSlam. It's not, I don't know. It might be comparable to Clash. It might be comparable to Clash, but I thought the SummerSlam card was pretty decent as well. So looking forward to it. Yeah, be good. Ivar said on Twitter, we fight them all at once. It's what Vikings do. Battle Royal to determine number one contenders. Okay. That'll be fun. I can't wait to see Viking Raiders back. I'm looking forward to seeing them return because I think Sarah Logan will look great with them. And I think that she has got a very interesting character because she is like a real life Viking. They had a proper Viking wedding. So, like, you know, their wedding was all Viking themed. And I think that they really do enjoy that kind of lore, if you will, that kind of background. And I think that kind of can come into her character. And that's going to make her stand out in a women's division where a lot of the women can be a bit generic, can be a bit similar. I think her coming out, you know, in a Viking attire could be an interesting addition to the women's division. So I'm down for her coming back. I think she looks great in those vignettes. She'll look great with the Viking Raiders as like a valet, but a valet that can wrestle as well. You know, a bit like B-Fab. B-Fab comes out with Hit Row, but she is capable of having a match on her own as well. So, and who knows, that could be a feud we could get. Hit Row against Viking Raiders might result in Sarah Logan against B-Fab at some time, which could be, you know, could be interesting. Built right, could be a lot of fun. Days, this probably sounds stupid. What if the Fiend is Uncle Howdy? That could be dying off or dying slowly. That wants revenge on Bray. That is me going off the rails, says Evan. Well, we don't know, to be honest. I mean, in a way, it could be because when the Fiend was first introduced, he was introduced as Bray's darkness. He said that he'd learnt to control his darkness. And if Uncle Howdy is Bray, he seems to be a darkness of some description. And so if he is Bray behind that mask, then the Wyndham character that we're seeing would be the positive, you know, lovely Bray. And then this Uncle Howdy would be the dark side of Bray, and that would be his darkness. So in a way, there would be a connection there between Uncle Howdy and the Fiend, and you know, there would be a connection. Whether Uncle Howdy is the Fiend, I mean, you got to remember, I mean, it all became a bit confusing because it felt like the Fiend over time more became its own kind of entity that seemed to be able to like pollute other people. Like seemingly Alexa turned when she was in the Fiend's presence. It kind of felt like some of the darkness of the Fiend somehow went to Alexa, and I don't really get that. I mean, all of that's where you start losing me, to be honest, because it's very hard to be coming up with thoughts and theories for things that start straying into like a supernatural element. So it's hard to say, to be honest. My personal opinion is that I think Vince got involved, and I think that what Bray wanted to do wasn't quite what we ended up getting, and I think there was quite a few creative differences. So it'll be very interesting to see kind of how all the pieces fit together, and the truth is they might not, and we might never get answers like that. We might never know how what the Fiend's relationship with Uncle Howdy is. That might be a question that fans debate for the rest of time, or it could be something we get an answer on. But I do think there were things that happened that Bray did not want to happen. What they were, I don't know, but we do know that there were creative differences. Trying to tie it all together now and make it all fit might be quite difficult. So I can't say I would blame him if he didn't touch on certain things. And who knows, maybe that's why he's come back with something completely new. He's come back because he wants to create something from the ground up that he knows that he can totally control. He knows that he can plan it from start to finish. He knows that no one's going to get in his way. He knows that the only person really he needs to talk to is Rob Fee. I would imagine Triple H will say, look, you do your vignettes, you have your segments, you do your promos. As long as it's working and the ratings are good, you can do all that. You can have Rob Fee. You can plan it all long term. I'm not going to get in your way. The only thing I want to do is just be able to decide who wins the matches. Like I don't think Triple H would want to give that up. I really don't, because I think that's impacting on other people. Bray's segments are his segments, but once you actually have a match, you are then involving another performer. And I don't think Triple H will want to give Bray the power of deciding, what happens for the outcome of the matches. He might have said to him, look, there's going to have to be times where you're going to lose. You're going to have to lose. You have to be vulnerable at times. People have to believe when you have a match that you're not just going to win. You've got to give that element of risk. You've got to show vulnerability. And so, you are going to need to lose some matches. And plus, for other people, it might be more beneficial for their stories that they win a match against you. So, he might give him total free reign apart from who's going to win certain matches. I'm sure Bray will still get a heavy say in it, though. If Bray is demanding that he wins this certain match because he needs to, I'm sure Triple H will listen. But I think it would be a mistake if he gave any wrestler, not just Bray, any wrestler, that kind of freedom, that kind of creative freedom. We saw with WCW, it's not the right way forward. They did that with the NWO. They did that with Hogan and Nash and Hall, and it was not the right thing to do. Yeah. No wrestler wants to lose matches. Every wrestler wants to win. Every wrestler wants to be the guy. Every wrestler wants to be the champion. So giving certain wrestlers those creative freedoms is not the right thing to do. But you can have creative freedom for his promos and for his segments and for his story. So we'll have to see. Man United Hodge said, I'm going to stick with Bo as Uncle Howdy. Yep, it's fair enough, man. There's a lot of people that think it's Bo, and there's a lot of compelling reasons as to why they think it's Bo. We touched on it yesterday during our watch-along, and we kind of went through all the different bits and bobs and discussed why people think it's Bo, why people think it's Bray. And as I said, it was a really, really interesting conversation. Dark Knight said, when life gives you Impact Wrestling, make WWE. When life gives you Impact Wrestling, make WWE. Is that a reference to the number of Impact stars that are in WWE, Dark Knight? Because there are a few now, isn't there? There's a fair few that have kind of come over. But, yeah, jury's out on a few of the people that WWE have kind of brought in recently. I heard an interesting conversation about Carrion and if Carrion was working. Obviously, the jury seems to be out with Damage Control and whether they're working. I think the jury might be out on Dexter Lumis as well. I don't know if Dexter Lumis... I mean, I must admit, you look at the excitement around the bloodline, around Bray. I don't think that excitement is there for Dexter and The Miz. I mean, we've got... Do you know what? We've got this whole mystery as to about The Miz. The Miz has got this big secret. We've been streaming for 34 minutes. We haven't even spoke about it. It's just not on anyone's radar. It's just not a conversation that people are having at the moment. What's Miz's secret is meant to be a bit of a mystery that's meant to be grabbing people's imagination. It's just not really working at the moment. So, yeah, jury's out on a few of the people. Emma, was Emma a good person to bring back? Hit Row, were they a good people to bring back? Jury's out. Jury's out. Everyone's going to have different opinions on it, but as we said, we'll have to wait and see. Juicy Uzi, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. Juicy Uzi. I've seen some great Uzi stuff. I retweeted a meme, and I loved it. It really made me laugh. That meme of the couple that's in bed, and you got the woman laying the one side, and she's like, I bet he's thinking about another woman. And then the guy's on the other side, and he's lying there, and you can see what he's thinking. He says... and it said, man, I wish Jay was more Uzi. So you got the woman thinking he's having an affair. What's he thinking about? I bet he's thinking about another woman. And then it shows you what he's thinking, and he's thinking Jay needs to be more Uzi. I really like that. I love that meme. But there's been I've seen some real fun ones doing the rounds on social media. That segment just blew up, didn't it? Absolutely brilliant. That's many people's segment of the year is the Uzi segment. Absolutely brilliant. 1.7 million views, that segment on YouTube. Not that big, actually. Not that big. Not if you think that Braun and Amos managed to do within the first 48 hours about 2.2 million. The UC thing did about 1.7. There is something about big guys squaring off against each other that just grabs people's attention. Even if they don't watch wrestling, I would imagine there's people that don't even watch wrestling that were like, wow, look at them too. I don't know that the UC segment will bring in those kind of people. So 1.7, it was what it was. It's about average. It's about kind of what you would expect. But even so, it's still a fantastic segment. We do need to talk about SmackDown ratings as well. They came at 800 some thousand, which is horrific. But you got to remember it was FS1, so hey ho. Bloodline hit 12 million on social media in 24 hours. I don't know what that means, to be honest. The YouTube video of it won't be at 12 million. As I said, it was at 1.7. So across social media, if you're going to be including all the others, that's not a parameter that tends to get used, to be honest, because like I don't know. I don't buy that. I don't believe in that because we never talk about that. Like we always look at, I'm sure WWE might, but we always look at like YouTube views, don't we? Like social media impressions and things like this. Like when does that ever get mentioned? Always feels like the goalposts get moved when we're doing things like that. It's a little bit like, you know, how we were always talking about the ratings, like, oh, wow, 2.2 million tuned in, 1.5 tuned in. And then all of a sudden, it seemed like AEW rocked up and we were talking about the 18 to 49 demo. And it's like, I'm sorry, what's this? So it's kind of like, it always feels like parameters can be moved a little bit. Days, if Triple H is going to bring back so many people, isn't he going to have to let some go? The roster is getting a bit crowded, and crowded, we're not even seeing Kevin. Well, I don't know what's happening with Kevin, to be honest. We did see him down in NXT, but I don't think it's because of a crowded roster. I don't think Kevin is just ready, and we just don't have anything for him. So don't really know what's happening there, to be honest. Will we have to let some go? I mean, eventually, yes, we will have to let some go. So, I don't know. I mean, my feelings were that Triple H was bringing people in because he saw weaknesses in the roster. He was looking at the roster thinking like, well, I need another couple of women for Raw because I want a good women's tag division. I need some more tag teams because I want a good tag division. I need like some around the mid card because I'm a bit short. I need some more main event talent for SmackDown. So let's bring in Dexter. Let's bring in Carrion. Let's bring in Hit Row. Let's bring in Emma. Let's bring in blah, 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 yeah? So my feeling was that he looked... Because if he was doing it, if you was in charge, if I was in charge, what I would want to do is I would want to sit down with creative and I would want to get an idea as to like how many wrestlers do we tend to use on a weekly basis? Like how many stories do we have? So we have so many segments. How many stories are we telling? With injuries, how many wrestlers do I need? And like with creative, I would get an idea of, okay, I need 20 solo male wrestlers. I need 5 solo female wrestlers. I need 5 tag teams. And I would have a list so that I know that creative have always got enough people. And if you get some injuries, you've got a few in reserve as well. I would plan personally, I would do it that way. And so I would work with creative to figure out what they think we need, right? Do they get frustrated at not having enough women? Do they get frustrated at not having enough tag teams? Do they wish we had a few more mid-card guys or lower-end guys or main event guys? Like, what does the creative department feel that is missing? Get those numbers, right? And then start going, right, I've got that many. I need one of them, 2 of them, blah, 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 blah. Work your way through and get your roster to where it is. That's how I would approach it. I don't know how he's approached it. I don't know if he's just gone, I want that person, and not really thought about it. But I think Triple H is smarter than that. I really do. I really don't think Triple H is going out going, I want them, and not thinking about how he's going to use them, where they're going to fit in, what roster they're going to. He's smarter than that. He's been running NXT. So, he's already got a great idea as to what he needs for a 2-hour show, right? So in many ways, he's already done a 2-hour show for NXT, and he knows the numbers he had there. So that's the same as SmackDown. So now he just needs to level it up a little bit, and then he's got what he needs for Raw. So I've got to think that he's used all of that knowledge, all of that information as a basis. Why would he just go out and just go, give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that? That's just stupid. And I don't think Nick Khan would allow him to do that. Nick Khan is like co-CEO. I think Nick Khan has got a good grasp of the purse strings. I have to think that Nick Khan would be like, hang on, let's not go too crazy, right? We've just lost a load of people over the last 2 years. We need to make sure that we're, looking after the budget. So I don't know. I'm really torn on it. I would like to think that they're smarter than just doing that, to be honest. There was a report, Kevin Owens, I forgot the source, but apparently they're keeping him off because they had plans for him to team with Sammy, but they're liking what's happening with the bloodline. Well, that can happen. If that is the case, that can happen. You can start doing something, it can catch fire, and then you might have to go with it. So if it is a case that they had a plan and now they're having to go in a different direction, then maybe it is just a case that he is being a victim at the moment of them not having an alternative plan B lined up for him. So, but I don't know that it's like people necessarily keeping him off TV. He's a big star. He's someone that I think Triple H would absolutely want to use. But I could believe that. I could believe that they had a plan for him, but they're now going in a different direction. But as long as he's not injured or anything, I'm sure they'll find something for him soon. But Kevin Owens always takes time off during Crown Jewel. He said shows in Saudi are sports washing. Of course, WWE can't say that, so they just let him take his time off, says Trini. That is true. I mean, he is, obviously great friends with Sammy. Sammy never wrestles for the Saudi Arabia shows. I think Sammy has been very outspoken on this, but actually he tends to kind of keep it. I think he respects the position that WWE are in. I think he understands it's a lot of money and it really helps the company, but equally he doesn't like it, doesn't want to be on the show. I think WWE respect where Sammy is coming from, and as a result, he might say the odd thing on social media or the odd comment, but by and large, he kind of keeps himself to himself on it. I feel that Kevin is there in solidarity with Sammy, so could be that plays a factor. Ryan Gambler said, will Triple H get rid of the unified titles? Yeah, eventually, yes. Because we've heard that ages ago, USA Network wanted a world championship back on their show. So they did want a world title back. But for some reason, we just haven't got there and we just haven't done it. I think they're really struggling to figure out how to get it off of Roman. That's what we heard. We heard that they put it onto Roman so that WrestleMania was a bigger match. But then, of course, plans changed because, was it June, July? Vince McMahon goes, which is, changes everything, doesn't it? And so Triple H has come in. He's had to quickly book and get through SummerSlam. Then after that is obviously, fixing a few things. I am surprised we didn't find a way of getting one of the titles off of Roman, to be honest. I am surprised we've not done that. But I think he's probably been given a bit of leeway because he's still only been in this job since, August time? Something along those lines. As I said, it was not long before SummerSlam, was it? Like, if you remember, it was, a week or two? He had a couple of weeks to get SummerSlam sorted. Largely, the plans would have been in place already. But either way, it's still he regards it as his first show because it was his first big pay-per-view show was SummerSlam 2022. So he regards it as his first, and he definitely did stuff Vince wouldn't have done. There's no way Dakota was going to come back on that show. There was no way that Dakota was coming back. I don't think EO would have been called up either. Bayley would have returned, but I don't think she would have returned with Dakota and EO, and that felt very Triple H. The ring and what Brock did with the tractor, we'll never know, I don't think. I think that was planned under Vince. I think that was something Vince had planned because that takes a lot of work, man, to plan all of that. I don't think that's a Triple H thing. But either way, he regards it as his first show. But his first proper show from start to finish was Clash at the Castle. So that's the one that, he really had to do all the build for, was Clash at the Castle. So, it's maybe that's played a factor in the titles not being sorted out. But we do expect them to be ununified in the near future. I don't expect Roman to have both belts at WrestleMania, for example. Jim said, I can't see the USA Network being happy that Raw is still world championless. Yeah, I agree, but I don't get it. I don't get why we've not sorted that yet, but we haven't. And as I said, I think the Vince thing might have got in the way. And I think there's a plan. Maybe Triple H has sat down and said, look, this is the plan. I want to do this and this and this, but it can't happen until November, December, January. It's going to be part of the build for WrestleMania. So what I'll do is I'll make sure that you have Roman like once a month. I'll make sure you have Brock, and we'll get through with, making sure you've got some big names. But just so you know, we're not going to fix the title thing until November, December, January, something along those lines. So I still expect them to be split. I don't think this is a permanent thing. If this was a permanent thing, we would have one belt now. If this was how it was going to be, they wouldn't make them carry two belts if the belts were just going to be split back again. Whenever they've unified belts that have stayed that way, it's always just been... Look at NXT UK and NXT. Those belts were unified, and NXT UK belts are gone now. And when they merged the World Heavyweight Championship and the WWE Championship, it just resulted eventually in there being one belt. So, I think if we weren't going to separate them again, we would have just had one belt by now. Cal, shout out to you, said NXT cuts are coming. Brian Alvarez tweeted this to his super followers. That's a shame. The only thing I would say about that, though, is that with NXT, didn't they say that if you don't get it within the first 2 months, if you don't get to a certain standard, then you get released? They seem to have a new system now. They're not going to endlessly train people and train them 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 and hope they get there. Now, I think you've got a probation period. So I wonder if it's that. I wonder if it's a case that if you haven't reached a certain level within the first few months, then you get released. It'll be interesting to see who it is. Obviously, if it's names that we just haven't been seeing on TV, then that's probably that. If it's going to be like Trick Williams and people along these lines, that then is something different. The only thing I would say is that this is going to sound cruel, right? And I don't mean it to be cruel, but if you're working with someone in NXT and their attitude isn't quite right, or they've reached a certain standard in ring, but you're just struggling to see them as a star, then that is the right time to say goodbye, isn't it, really? Do you know what I mean? Like, NXT, in a way, is their developmental, and that is really where you sink or swim. Actually, getting to NXT is an achievement. Of course it is. But the work really begins once you're there. It's not about getting there and then putting your feet up. It's about getting there and shining, right? And if you get there and you don't shine, then I think they're well within their rights to say, you're not going to make it. Like, we're not going to invest all this money into you, all this training, take you to the main roster, put you on the touring circuit, give you valuable TV time if you haven't got it. So I'm always a bit torn with NXT cuts because some of them I think WWE are probably right to do. I think that you sink or swim, and it's just, it's a shame that everyone that gets there isn't going to make it, but that is the harsh reality of it, is that, not everyone that gets to NXT will succeed. It should be only the best, really, that NXT is pumping to the main roster, and that ultimately should make for a better product for us to watch and enjoy. So, shame. Obviously, until we see the names, can't really comment. But it could be failed probation, or it could be that they've just not quite met the standard. Always sad to see people lose job. Yes. However, NXT is developmental. That's the place to make or break, so releases aren't going to be out of the norm. Adam said, Triple H said he's already got a new tag team championship for the Usos. He's going to bring them as soon as he can. Tag team ones are very interesting, actually, because I don't know if the tag divisions, even after Triple H's work, are big enough to maintain 2 tag champions. I actually really am not against those staying unified. But the world titles, I don't think they're going to stay unified. Panda Bot said, how would you feel if the 24/7 title moved to NXT? Chase U would be great with it. I don't mind if it moved to NXT. I think you could do some fun stuff with it in NXT. You could certainly use it as a way for some of those unknown names that don't really get TV time to, win the title, get a bit of an opportunity. You could do some fun stuff around the local area. I think the 24/7 title was always at its best when it was in a park or a golf course or on an airplane, or, do you know what I mean? On a TV show and a presenter won it. Like, for me, those were always the most fun title changes for the 24/7 title, rather than just backstage and just endless roll-ups, man. Oh my God. Endless roll-ups from behind. I mean, yeah, it's they tried to get out of it what they could. I think they got more than enough out of it. I think it's quite limited. This 24/7 idea. I think it's quite. It should be like, open. Like, you. The problem is 24/7 rules. How are you ever going to capture 24? You'd have to follow the champion around with a camera. Do you know what I mean? Like, if the champ's, like, I don't know, shopping in a shopping mall on a Thursday afternoon and someone attacks and rolls them up, like, how's the camera going to capture that? Unless you can get, say, the CCTV footage, which would be pretty cool, wouldn't it? If you did that, for example. Like, obviously there was no camera, official WWE camera personnel there, but we have managed to get the CCTV footage and then show that and show that moment. Like, that'd be a good way of doing it. So I feel like it's a little limited, but I suppose there are ways that you can, ways around it and ways to, find how you can do stuff. Maybe use camera phone footage. Everyone's got a camera phone these days. So, someone might have camera phone footage and you could give a shout out to a fake fan. Do you know what I mean? Like, I want to shout out Kelly, who, is from Arkansas, who managed to capture this footage for us. It's a bit shaky, but you can see the moment. Like, you could do some fun stuff with it. So I don't know that we've explored everything. I think that what we were doing was just a lot of the same thing again and again and again. Backstage roll-ups again and again. It was really boring. It was really dull. So, yeah, I don't mind putting it to NXT. But if we do that, let's do some different stuff, yeah? Let's try some fun stuff. Let's try some of the stuff we just spoke about. The concept was cool, but the problem was always execution. Bit like a Bray match, says Jordan. Is Raw on BT Sport 1 tonight? I think it's BT Sport 2, to be honest, bud. Sammy has Syrian descent. He had to go to Saudi during the NXT tour, but with both countries had political issues, Sammy cannot go there. Kevin supports his best friend, said EZ99. Kevin said, I think Roman should stop worrying about Jay and Sammy and focus on Logan Paul Hurricane that's going to hit this weekend. Real YT said, careful, they might steal your ideas. They can have them, mate. Don't give a flip. As long as the show's good to watch. It doesn't bother me if WWE end up watching these and taking some of our thoughts. Same with you guys. You lot put stuff in the chat as well. And if there was anyone that was working for WWE that stole that and presented it as their own idea and it ended up on TV, I wouldn't care, to be honest, because as long as the shows are good to watch and we have fun watching them, totally down for them trying some new stuff. My name's Brimweevil said, put the unified tag belts together, making them 2 instead of 4. Rename them the World Tag Team Championships. It sounds more prestigious and valuable instead of red and blue strapped silver plates. I agree. Harif said the first time the 24/7 title was revealed and the title changes were done, they were entertaining. But as time went by, I just see as someone randomly rolling up someone randomly. And I don't know why, said Harif. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I think we're all on the same page here with a lot of this. Yeah, it's good. It did just become the same thing again and again. It was really bland. Junior said, I want the Iconics to return. No one else. They were great. I agree. I love Billie Kay, and we spoke about that a lot of the time. I still think one of the funniest things in WWE in recent years was Billie Kay and her resume, where she would be going up to wrestlers trying to recruit them. She was in the Iconics with Peyton, and you might remember they ended up splitting up the Iconics. And so I think a lot of people thought that Peyton was going to go on to bigger and better things, and that Billie Kay was going to be a little bit left in the dust. And Billie just shone, man. When she was on her own, she shone. I mean, that was like one of the best things that ever happened to Billie, was for her to show what she could do on her own. Because you might remember she like had her resume and she was trying to like, you know, say to people, look, I can help you and everything. She ended up joining up with the Riot Squad. Do you remember when she was like coming out in punk gear with the Riot Squad? It was a little bit like the Usi moment, because I remember Liv and Ruby cracking up as Billie Kay was like making her way down, acting all punk. I remember her posing on the edge of the ring doing that. You had Billie Kay like doing her pose, Liv Morgan doing her pose, and then in the middle, Billie Kay like this. And I remember Liv cracking up at Billie Kay. And she just didn't get a chance to really show like what she could do, but I thought she was brilliant. I thought she was so good. That Rumble, I think, was it Royal Rumble 2021? Something like that. I seem to remember it being in a Thunderdome. I think it was 2021, Royal Rumble 2021, when the women were coming down and Billie was handing out her resume next to the ring to the people as they were coming down to try and get them to work with her so that they could work together and get to the end of the Rumble. I remember her trying to recruit like Tony Storm and everything. It was so good. So good. I miss her. I know that Peyton's off having a kid, but what's Billie Kay doing? I think she's doing like OnlyFans or something now. I think she was trying to get into acting. I don't really know what opportunities came along for her. Hopefully she had some great opportunities. I really like her. Really like her. I wish she'd come back. FS1 is in roughly 88 million homes, roughly the same as TNT and USA Network. If SmackDown did at least 1 million on cable, but there's no justifying losing 1.4. They did 1 million on FS1, same competition last year, said Primo. Craig said, I feel Rollins hold titles makes for better stories to come out. He has the crowd wrapped around his finger singing his song. I feel Rollins holds titles is going to make for better stories. Yeah, well, he's got the United States, hasn't he? And I think he makes a good United States champion, yes. Tonight, I think Roman will go to the ring, call out Jay and Sammy, then there will be a match, said Chris. Kevin said, should there be a female introduced to the bloodline? Obviously, Rock's daughter would be first choice, but it could be an interesting dynamic. It's, I would like a female. First choice wouldn't be the Rock's daughter for me. It'd be Naomi, if we could get Naomi back. I think Rock's daughter's... God, so far away from joining the bloodline. It's a bit like when Solo Sikoa first arrived and everyone was like, when's he joining the bloodline? And obviously that's took, I don't know, what was it in the end? About 12 months for him to be down in NXT. So I'd imagine it'll probably be the same or about the same for Ava Raine. We get to see her tomorrow, actually. Looking forward to that. Ava Raine tomorrow. NXT last week was so good. That's so good. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's NXT. Hopefully it's going to be as entertaining. So, yeah, see what Ava Raine has got to say or do. Or apparently Sasha has been with WWE at a live event in Mexico. Does that mean anything? Well, it's probably good news, isn't it? Probably good news. I mean, there's already been reports that she and Naomi are coming back, but those reports were ages and ages ago, so I don't know how valid they were. But yeah, look, I think Triple H is going to want to bring her back. and bring Naomi back. I remember him doing an interview with Ariel where he said it's down to her as to what she wants to do. She's got lots of options, so it's down to what she wants to do. But I think she'll come back. Right, friends, here we go. We are live for WWE Raw, and it is obviously the Halloween special. We've got cobwebs on the logo. Bianca opening the show. The EST making her way down. I never needed you at all. I never needed you at all. She is the Raw Women's Champion. Bianca Belair making her way down. She doesn't look like she's in wrestling attire. She's in like a... Oh, she has got boots on. Suppose she is, actually. Thought she was wearing shoes, but she is actually in boots. So I think she could be... I know she is facing Nikki Cross tonight. So we could be going into a match, but they might do a promo first. They're just running down the show that we've got tonight. Never needed you at all. Was you having a seizure? Yes. I tend to have a seizure whenever Bianca comes out. She brings seizures out of me. If anyone needs a character change, it's Bianca, said Eric. I never needed you at all. Never needed you at all. I love her music, man. Oh, look at that kid. Oh, she's got sass, man. There's a kid there dressed as Bianca. That's cool. That's cool. She was displaying some sass. It is Nikki Cross, you know. Here's Nikki Cross. New music. Is it Sanity music? I think it is Sanity music, you know. I think it is Sanity music. Yeah, and look, she's got her hair all messed up again. Her hair being done last week. That really threw me off. That really threw me off. I was like, this is... She's acting like Sanity Nikki, but she doesn't look like Sanity Nikki. She had her hair done. She had her makeup done. She's back to being a little bit more Sanity Nikki now. With Sanity music. And coming out and her hair not being as glamorous. So, yeah, that was the big talking point last week. So, Sanity, Nikki. Sanity music. It's not Sanity proper, but the vibes are there. Yeah, it's that... It's the drums, isn't it? Yeah, you're right. It's not identical, but it's definitely got influences. Let's put it that way. Okay, so we are underway then with Bianca. I need to change that at the bottom. We are underway with Bianca against Nikki. Erase Your Mind, shout out to you, buds. I can't see Erase Your Mind. Oh, there it is. I was going to say I can see it on screen, but I can't see it here. Erase Your Mind, shout out. I hope you are well. I can tell people now, certain people, by their profile pictures, and I can tell that's Erase Your Mind. Proper screaming. Slapping her face. Yeah, this is an unhinged Nikki Cross. This is proper old school, innit? Okay. Bianca Belair versus Nikki Cross. This is our first match on the main card. Let's talk about how Uncle Howdy is a major hypocrite. Literally said that Bray is a liar for wearing a mask, but Howdy is wearing a mask, said Timothy. Yeah, but Howdy hasn't said that he's not wearing a mask, is he? Bray did say in his promo, this is just me, no mask. But Howdy is saying you are wearing a mask. That's not the real you. Shoulder tackle. Days NXT live event was in Melbourne, Florida 2 nights ago. There was a Halloween Battle Royal. During the Battle Royal, Perez was dressed as Bailey and Jade as AJ Lee / Mrs. Punk. Mrs. Punk. Adam, shout out to you, buds. Crossbody by Nikki Cross. Gets caught by Bianca. Oh, throws Nikki across the ring. Kian, shout out to you. Did you see JD ousted on Twitter? He replied to an AEW. I did see that play out. Yeah, I did. Gina said, Uncle Howdy is Bray with Bo's earring and Liv's Tia and Tyler Bateman's eye. Nikki on the outside. Violent. Ferocious. Aggressive. They're really trying to present Nikki here as being very, very different. It's good, actually. It's good. I like this unhinged Nikki. Smacks the commentary table. She's got Bianca caught in the ring apron. Forearm smashes. And smiles as we go to commercial break. CTV, Naxon Cameron suffered a miscarriage. That's why she's not been on TV. Yeah, awful news. Awful. New Royal Rumble and WrestleMania figures are cool, said Jared. Uncle Howdy is David Bowie. God, that would be a twist, wouldn't it? That'd be a swerve. We all thought David Bowie had passed away. But turns out that he's just been lying in wait as Uncle Howdy. Will you do any streams for the FIFA World Cup? Yeah, so I am planning on doing certainly the final and the semi-finals. So definitely those. I absolutely want to do the England games. I would think there would be interest in the United States games. And actually, the USA are in England's group. So England against USA, definitely looking to do that. But as I said, I'm English, so I would like to do the England games. I fully appreciate there'll be a lot of support for USA, so we could look to do those. My problem is beyond that, I have to really sit down. I keep saying I'm going to do it, but I am going to do it. I'm going to sit down, look at the World Cup and go, right, Monday, I need to do Raw at this time. I need to sleep at this time. So that means I can do that game and that game. But equally, I don't want to be using up all my time because you just never know. Wrestling news comes through all the time, doesn't it? Do you know what I mean? I could ram my schedule and do every game, but you won't be getting any Bray Wyatt videos then. Not from this channel, because when would I get time to do them and research them and gather that info together? So it's a balancing act. It is a balancing act. I think, wrestling kind of went through a bit of there was week after week after week where we were doing the watch-alongs and nothing else because, I don't know, the talking points just weren't that big, to be honest. Earlier this year, it kind of felt like you did the watch-along. At the end of the show, you'd go, there's not really much to talk about there. I suppose we could talk about this, but don't know if anyone's really that bothered. Like, it just felt a bit at times. It's been that way for a few years, but with Triple H in charge now that since Triple H has taken over and we've had lots of people returning and some interesting storylines, it feels like the conversations have grown a lot bigger. So I need to find the balance. I want to do the games and certain games in particular, but I don't think it's right we do every game anymore because there's just so much to talk about in wrestling, and I don't want to take that away. I want to do what we're doing, but do games as well. That's the balance I need to find. Abdel Hamid, shout out to you, dudes. I appreciate it, my friends. I appreciate the kind words. Rampage ratings continue to decline. 2 months they've been dipping to the 300s. Last week it was 378. Is moving nights needed? To be honest, I mean, I think there is damage that's been done. The problem you've got is that had they have made the necessary changes a while ago, there's a chance that I would still be watching because we watched it for a long time, but it just wasn't essential viewing. And so I started doing the SmackDown review instead. But now that I do that, I don't want to stop doing that. And certainly now Bray's back, I want to talk about Bray. I want to talk about Bray. I want to do SmackDown review. That's more important to me than Rampage. They've left it a bit too late for me, so it's going to be hard. It's going to be really, really hard for them to turn those ratings around. The only thing I can think is that you put world title matches on and that you really build it up and you make it a massive deal and you make it unmissable. You make it live and unmissable. And I think they are trying these things, but at the moment, it's not really budging too much, is it? I think one thing that people forget, though, is it's hard. It's so hard. I mean, WWE, look at what they've got. They've got Brock, they've got Roman, they've brought back Bray. Do you know what I mean? I mean, look at how great SmackDown was. And who was... We started off with the Bloodline. Roman was all on the show. You had Bray at the end of the show. I mean, that is it's a stacked show. And it ends up doing 800,000. Granted, it was on FS1. But still, 800,000 is a hell of a drop from 2.2 million. It's hard. It's just hard. Everyone's battling for ratings. Everyone wants your attention. Everyone is competing for people's attention. So it's just a constant battle, innit? Just got to fight the good fight. Right, we just saw some... big splash on the outside. It looks like Nikki's jeans have popped open. Her zip is down. Her button has come on. There, she's doing it up. So, yeah, that did come undone, but she's just done it back up now. So she jumped on the back of Bianca. Bayley attacking Bianca. Now Nikki goes for Bayley. So we've got a big brawl happening now. So we got Nikki attacking everyone. We've got Damage Control that have come down. We're back to Bianca and Nikki in the ring. Gets planted, KOD. 1, 2, 3. Bianca gets the win. Loads of outside interference. Damage Control coming down. Nikki Cross hurling Io Sky into the barricade. Crossbody to Dakota. Bayley attacking Bianca right now. So Damage Control getting involved. But it results in a KOD. Kick there by Io. Who's coming down? Here's Asuka and Alexa. Asuka and Alexa making their way down. I did think that they would help Bianca. I predicted it for Crown Jewel. So Bianca wins with a KOD. So Alexa's back. Alexa's back. Asuka's back. And it ends with Bianca winning. And Alexa and Asuka coming down to even up the numbers. And deal with Damage Control. Bianca will not be on her own in Saudi Arabia. She will not be on her own. If Damage Control get involved, then Asuka and Alexa will even up the scores. Possibly minions take macaroni and cheese to the ballroom. Hello, we've got Brock and Bobby in the ring. So Nikki was distracted and ended up getting hit with the KOD. This is the go-home show of Raw and SmackDown, said Chris it is. I really hope we get Maurice versus Eva Marie at WrestleMania next year, said Dex Flow. Can this War Games? War Game! Okay, so we are seeing Brock and Bobby. Let's fight about it. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. Bianca's music is very contradictory at times. I'm on my own against the world, apart from when Alexa and Asuka return. But she never needed them at all, in all fairness. She never needed them all. Ba-ba-dum-bum, ba-ba-dum-bum, bum-ba. Right, looks like we're going to get a sit-down interview. Bobby and Brock. But no sign of Brock yet. We're backstage. You should work on Raw. You are better than the announcers. Gino, shout out to you. Appreciate the kind words. Eric said, somehow, I think Bianca's hair will be involved with the last woman standing match. Maybe tied around the ropes. It's a good shout, that is. It's a good shout. Yeah, I could definitely see something along those lines. LS Dub. She never needed them at all. Didn't you know, guys? Alex said, I really hope they keep the title away from Bray. Let him do his own thing. Inside and Out Again said, maybe ratings would be better if they formed a relationship with New Japan or All Japan. I don't think so, because AEW had a relationship with New Japan and the ratings didn't budge. So, if it was going to have an impact, you would think you would see it in a show that did about 950 to 1 million. They started bringing in New Japan people. Certainly as we built towards Forbidden Door, ratings never moved. Ratings didn't move at all. They never moved at all. Ba-ba-dum-bum. Ba-ba-dum-bum. Ba-ba. It's been 20 minutes since Logan Paul shout out in the chat. There's a reminder that he wins this weekend, said Kevin. Easy99 said, which new NXT talent will be a top star in the next 5-10 years? I think Carmelo Hayes. It's kind of hard to not look at Bron in it, really. I mean, I think Carmelo's got a very bright future, but hard to not look at Bron. He's been champion for so long. They clearly see big things in his future. So I do like the look of him. I think there's a lot of excitement around Roxanne Perez. Whether she'll go on to be a top star, main event in WrestleManias, hard to say. But certainly a lot of buzz around Roxanne Perez, and she's still very young. I mean, isn't she like 20 or something? She's very young. I can't believe how young that Thea Hale is. I love her. I don't think she'll go on to be a top star, but she's fun, man. She comes out, she's really loud, she's really big, she's got lots of personality, loads of charisma. She tends to, really light up the segments that she's in. I don't know what she's like as a wrestler. Not really heard her, doing promos. She's just big with her mannerisms, which is good. Brings a lot of energy. I like that. So, yeah, they got a few people down there. Odyssey Jones is back tomorrow. Odyssey Jones is cool. So we get to see Odyssey Jones tomorrow. He's been out injured for a long, long time, but he's back tomorrow. I think Thea Hale is about 19 or 20. She's young, yeah. I'm sure she's in her teens. I don't think she's hit 20 yet. I could be wrong. But either way, even if she's 20, I mean, no age, is it? It's no age. Tiffany Stratton could be a WWE Women's Champion. She improves every week without any wrestling experience, said EZ99. Chase you to the main roster, said Franks92. We are doing NXT tomorrow, and I'm really looking forward to it. Last week's show was so good. I give NXT a hard time because it's a high bar. I mean, what they've done in the past is brilliant. It's one of my favorite ever wrestling shows. NXT, when it was 1 hour on the network. So good. So good. Right, we're backstage with Asuka, Alexa, Bianca. Let's see what they've got to say. Kathy Kelly. What's on those boxes? I keep looking at boxes now. Oh, no. We've been by Bianca's side since this damage control thing started, and we'll be there on Saturday. We're settling this now, said Alexa. Here, Dakota. We want a women's tag championship match tonight. So Alexa and Asuka want women's tag title match tonight. It's been an all right show, man. 20 odd minutes in, it's been all right. Look at that dude in the mask. Voorhees mask in the background. Jason. We got Bobby. No Brock. No Brock. We've just got Bobs. Just got Bibs. Bibby. Bibby no friends. Bibby and no Brock. That's what we've got now. Wanted to be Asuka for Halloween, but the costume had sold out, said TGB. Anyone want to join me in smoking? I am toking on some sour diesel, said Stoney. Oh, have fun. Brock's music hits. Dun, 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 dun. Is he coming out to the ring? Dun, 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 dun. Here he is. Dun, 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 dun. He's coming out to the arena. Smile on the face of Brock. So it's Bibby and Brock now. The Bibby and Brock show. Bobby Lesnar. Bobby Lesnar. Pyro going off for Brock as he puts his hat on and makes his way down to the ring. It's pretty sweet, innit? Imagine getting tickets to Raw and seeing Brock in person. Go home shows are probably pretty good, aren't they, to go and get tickets for? Because, you know, if Brock's certainly the go home show for Crown Jewel, because you've got to think they're going to put on some big matches for the Saudi shows. So you stand a pretty good chance of seeing some big names. If you get a chance to go to a go home show, certainly for something like Survivor Series, WrestleMania, Crown Jewel, you know, one of those bigger shows, Royal Rumble, it's probably worth doing. Smile on the face of Brock. He said, "Good evening, Texas." So Brock in ring. Brock didn't come to Texas to have a sit-down interview. What does he want to do? Have a fight? Brock wants to fight. Bobby! You obviously didn't get the memo. Bobby gets up. Get your ass out here for an ass beating. I love that line. You obviously didn't get the memo. And if you did, I know that you can't read it. He's got a Megadeth shirt. He looks bigger, doesn't he? How is he getting bigger? How is he getting bigger at his age? Here comes Bobby making his way down. Big smile on the face of Brock. Brock jumps out the ring. He's going after Bobby. These two going to collide. Spear. Takedown. Takedown by Lesnar. These two are brawling. Brawling in the entranceway. Do you know what? That's exactly what Brock is. He is Megadeth. Brock Megadeth. There is a horde of humanity in there. Is that Von Wagner? Am I seeing Von Wagner in there? I am seeing Von Wagner. Von Wagner is Triple H is out there. It's all kicking off. Von Wagner. Loads of officials. There must be around about 40 odd people out there trying to separate these two. Triple H said if you do this and Brock just runs past them, Brock collides into Bobby on the entranceway. I think Duke Hudson might be out there as well. Riddle is out there. Someone's holding up flip-flops. Someone's holding up flip-flops. Being dragged away. I love seeing Triple H say, if you do this, oh, he's gone. Fight is off. Smile on the face of Brock. Oh, it's just carnage. Von Wagner could not hold Brock back. Absolute carnage. Oh my God. Oh my God. A horde of humanity. Trini said, this is why Brock can lose 100 times and still be credible. He's not about sit-downs. He just wants to hurt people. That was really fun, wasn't it? That was really fun. So, Von Wagner was out there and Riddle was out there. Jeez Louise. Jeez Louise. Brock Lesnar just has that presence. Let Him In said that was fun. Adam said, I heard Triple H's King of Kings theme song during Italy versus Australia in the rugby league. It was after the 18th minute, says Adam. Perhaps it wasn't there, but you're just hearing it in your head now. That'd be wild, wouldn't it? Hey, do you know what? I said have low expectations, and I meant it. This has been good. Half an hour in. Pretty fun match between Bianca and Nikki. Showed what this new Nikki is all about. We got the return of Alexa and Asuka. We've now just had a mental brawl between Brock and Bobby. It's been fun. Fun. 8 out of 10 Raw so far, says Pedro. Guys, get in your half an hour scores. Half an hour into the show. Get in your half an hour into the show. What's your half an hour into the show scores, guys? What's your half an hour into a show scores? Half an hour into the show scores. Into the show scores. What are your early thoughts? Half an hour into the show scores. Into the show scores. What are your early thoughts? Half an hour. 7.58785998879 8.5 7.5 10 out of 10. Make it a fight pit match, said Erase Your Minds. Eric, shout out to you. Eric says, Days, happy Halloween. Happy Halloween, Eric. I want to know how Halloween ends with credits that are rolling. I'm here all night. I don't get it. Do you want to know how Halloween ends? Because of the film Halloween. I get it now. That was good. You might need to explain some of your jokes to me. Normally that's the sign of a great joke, if they do need a little bit of explaining, but we got there. Dad joke to start the show. That's very good. Happy Halloween. That makes me miss the Wheel of Fun, said Hawkins Jr. R.I.P. R.I.P. Joe Rogan. Right, here we go. We're going back to the show. Von and Duke were out there because of a dart match where they teamed together to face Shelton and R-Truth. Thank you. I don't know why I made that noise. People dressing up as wrestlers. This is clever, isn't it? Look, we've never seen this before. Them showing pictures of fans dressed as wrestlers. Send in your pictures and you might get on the show. That's a brilliant idea. It's a brilliant idea. That would encourage loads of people to dress up as wrestlers and put it on social media. Such a simple idea that I can't recall seeing before. Very good. Very, very good. Very good. Very, very good. So, 3 friends dressed up as the 3 faces of Foley. But, or maybe it was the same person. Oh, do you reckon it's the same person? Oh, do you reckon she did some photo editing? It's just one person dressed as the 3 faces of Foley. That would be sick. I thought it was 3 different people. Looking at it now, they could be sisters. Do you think WWE should do 4 pay-per-views outside of the US, UK, and Canada? No. No, they shouldn't do all 4, should they? We've got to give you. We can't just do a 180 and not give our American friends the big shows. You do hog all the big shows, though, don't you? Don't you, America? You could share. Could share some. Here's A Town Down. Eric said, did you see Zac Efron's body for his Kevin Von Erich role? No, I haven't. I have not seen his body. Please feel free to tweet me over a picture of Zac Efron's current physique. Not just any picture of Zac Efron. I'm sure he's jacked. It's going to need to be if he's going to be Kerry Von Erich. He's going to need to do drugs. I'm sending my Wep Idol tape as a superstar submission to it. Bling it in. Chris said, do you think Theory will cash in on Seth or wait till Crown Jewel? He ain't going to cash in on Seth. He's going to cash in for a world title, isn't he? Why would he cash in on a mid-card belt? That gets him a world title. Austin Theory is in the ring then, and he is taking on Seth. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm going to prove to the world I can do this all day. So, Austin Theory taking on Seth freaking Rollins. Ah. Has he got blonde in his hair? Oh, he does. Seth with blonde streaks in his hair. He did put this out on social media that he had dyed his hair. So, Seth with some blonde in his hair. When did Seth's music catch on? I think it was quite early, to be honest. When they changed it, I think the fans got into it. What do you think of Nakamura wrestling the Great Muta outside of WWE? I think it's great. Triple H has a sense of pride for the legends. Yeah, I think it's good. I think that it's clever by Triple H. I completely agree. I think that he wants to build Nakamura up. And in order to do that, you've kind of got to take Nakamura back to what made him great. And what made him great were just fantastic matches over in Japan. He was one of the biggest stars in New Japan. Put him over there, put him in his comfort zone, put him up against legends like the Great Muta, create some buzz as well, because it's outside of WWE and there's people getting excited about the Forbidden Door and all this kind of stuff. I don't see it being anything more than just a few matches that they're going to be doing, but it works for Noah because they obviously get a WWE superstar, which is big, and they get Nakamura, who is a big star in Japan. It works for WWE because Noah's no competition, is he? Like, they haven't even got a presence over in Japan, like, so it's no factor for them to send someone over. I don't see this being the start of WWE working with New Japan or working with AEW or anything along those lines. I just think that this works for Nakamura, works for Noah, works for WWE, works for Nakamura, tick, 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 tick. And so they can build him up now to be a big, big star, which is apparently what Triple H wants to do for 2023. Build up Nakamura and make him a big main event credible star. Because, I mean, it's just been awful, innit? It's been awful. What they've done with Nakamura is take a massive star from New Japan and just turn him into a joke, really. Him and Rick Boogs and all of that just it wasn't working. Kick out by Austin Theory. Crowd still singing Seth's music. Prez for Mick Foley. He's not doing well, said Chase John. Is that true? I didn't hear that news. Looking for a pedigree, but rolls out the ring. Seth's wearing his kind of old ringer gear. Like, he's wearing these gold. Do you remember when he wore the gold tights and he came out with like that flaming torch? I remember him doing that at like a SummerSlam, I think. They did a figure of it ages and ages ago. Reminds me of that. And a bit of blonde back in the hair as well. Makes me think Shields. Kick through the ropes there by Seth. So, yeah, there's a few little nods here with the blonde streaks and the ring gear. It's great. I feel like we're getting back to a Seth Rollins that we all know and love. Austin Theory dumped in the front row. Seth on the commentary table. Playing to the crowd, actually. Knee to the side of the head there by Seth. Austin Theory was draped over the barricades. Seth high-fives a fan as well. Is this a face? Seth Rollins? Is that what we're getting here? Nice shoulder to the midsection. Miss Clown said Sheamus is gonna face someone, not just Nakamura. Oh, I haven't seen that news. I like it. I like the music. Is that in Noah? Is it? Into the ring steps goes Seth. Seth is down. Are they chanting EC dub? A push for Great Muta to be in the Hall of Fame. Oh, yes. Is he not in? That's one of those names that's quite surprising if he's not already in, to be honest. He absolutely deserves to go into the Hall of Fame. So, yeah, absolutely. He should be going in. Yeah. I'm just looking. I haven't seen the Sheamus news. So Sheamus is going over and facing Suzuki. That's interesting. I actually think that Sheamus news is more interesting than the Nakamura news, because the Nakamura news, there'd been reports of them looking to make him a big, big star. And so taking him back to Japan made perfect sense. I think that Sheamus one is really interesting. Sheamus against Suzuki. Maybe it is more of a bigger partnership with Noah than what I would first thought. It's good that is. I hadn't seen that. So, Miss Clown, shout out to you. I'll retweet the graphic. There we go. Some marvelous wool. My new costume, guess what it is? Usi Kabuki Warrior. I think you're going to dress as Dana Brooke. Sweet Shell said, did Triple H say matches off with Brock and Bobby? As we saw a clip, it seems to suggest it's off. He did say that. He did say matches off. I don't expect it to be off. I don't think there's any way we're not getting Brock at Crown Jewel. So I think that's just going to be a kind of maybe a thread throughout the evening. We're going to get a little like something on that. But he did say matches off. He did say that. Do you think WWE should do the big four pay-per-views outside of US, UK, Canada? Probably go to Paris and Milan. No, I don't. They can do a show in Italy or in France, but I don't think the ratings from those countries are as strong as they are, certainly not in America. I mean, America's their number one market, of course it is. I think Canada's number 2 or UK's number 2. It's either Canada or UK. That is a country mile like ahead of pretty much anywhere else. I'd be interested to know what the views are like in India now, though. To be honest, I'd like to know where India are on that list. India, I think, could definitely be in the run-in. So India, I think, yes, you could do a big show in, but I don't know. Look, the big four, I mean, WrestleMania's not going outside of America. And if it does, it'll go to Canada. I can't see WrestleMania coming to the UK. And you've got to factor in time zones. And that's always been the biggest problem, is like the different time zones. America's the number one market. It has to be prioritized. If you do it in India, I don't know what time that's going to be in America. And you certainly couldn't do WrestleMania in the middle of the night in America. So that will always be a barrier. So I can't see like a WrestleMania or a Rumble. You could maybe get away with a SummerSlam, maybe. Certainly a Survivor Series. But to be honest, I think they'll just do what they did with the UK one, which is just make one of the pay-per-views a special, like Clash at the Castle, and then take that to the UK. So if you was going to do something in India, then you would do it as a special, and then, do you know what I mean, go over like Super Showdown. They did one in Australia. They went to Australia and did a big show, and it was called Super Showdown. And obviously we get a few in Saudi Arabia. I think they will eventually do something in India. I think they eventually will, but I don't think it'll be a big four. I think it'll be like, you know, like Clash at the Castle. It'll be one of those other shows that they make big rather than sending a WrestleMania over. But I can't see France or Italy getting anything anytime soon because I don't think the views warrant them getting a big show like that. To be honest, at this moment, they're quite lucky if they get a Raw. They don't. When do we even get a Raw going there? You don't even get a Raw coming from those places. Raw. If there's a Raw in Europe, it's in England. To be honest, they're at the point where they're lucky if they get house shows. They're lucky if Italy get to even see WWE live full stop, let alone getting one of the big four premium live events. So I've got to say, until the numbers improve from a rating standpoint, then no. I think you've got to take steps. You could give them a Raw, you know, if you think you can sell out the arena and you can make it work. Do a Raw, definitely. I'd love to see an Italian-themed Raw and a French Raw. Like, that'd be great. I'm definitely down for that. So, baby steps. Suicide dive by Seth. This is, I'll tell you what we're seeing here. We're seeing Monday Night Rollins. That's what, it's a dude in the front row that looks just like the Joker. This is Monday Night Rollins, man. He's got the, has he cosplayed as his old self? Is that what Seth is, come as? Is it for Halloween he's dressed up as his old self? I think that's what we're getting, you know. 1, 2. I think for Halloween he's come as Monday Night Rollins. Love it. Love it. Crowd really into it. Crowd on their feet, you know. So, suicide dive. Lots of people dressed up. Do you think Seth could go after the Universal title? Yes, definitely. Seth back in the corner. Coming over for a curb. But there by Seth. Seth, springboard, knee, nice side of the head. Goes for a kick. Down goes Theory. 1, 2. Kick out. 47 minutes gone in the show so far. Dan of the Dragon said WWE sent out a survey after Clash asking whether you would attend events in certain locations, Paris and Milan, so they are putting out feelers, says Dan of the Dragons. Yeah, I think they do that quite often. We've seen surveys coming out for venues for WrestleMania in England. London has been on there a few times, but I mean, it's never resulted in anything. But I do think Triple H, since he's taken over, has acknowledged a need to kind of do more internationally. And I think they should. We did a video ages ago of 10 things Triple H should change and should do now that he's like in charge of the booking, and actually like trying to go internationally and do more abroad and do like more themed Raws and everything. That was definitely something we spoke about. So I'm down for it. I just think it's a big jump to go from them hardly ever getting house shows to them, like, you know, us having a conversation about them getting one of the big 4. I think there's a lot more like groundwork that needs to be done, but them getting a Raw or a SmackDown, I think would be really good. Just can't get invested in heel versus heel, said Zoom Station. It's a really great match, though. I do understand. But I think Seth is really presenting himself as Monday Night Rollins, as a kind of old school version of himself. This match is a banger, and it does feel like one of those Monday Night Rollins type matches that we used to get. Goes for a kick, but Theory spins round. Nice enziguri by Seth as Austin Theory goes back into the corner. Look at that. Blockbuster by Austin Theory. That was great. That was great. Austin Theory, look at this. Rolls through, jumps up, goes over the top into a blockbuster, gets the pin, but only gets a 2 count. Man United Hodge, shout out to you, buds. Said, Days happy. Oh, that was Eric. Eric, shout out to you. Man United Hodge said, the Shield all separate now and absolutely smashing it. They've all got single belts. Moxley on another show. Yes. They are killing it. I think we always knew they would kill it. There was always a lot of debate as to who the best was. Couple of elbows coming in by Seth. Against the ropes. Oh, Theory on the feet. Forearm strike by Seth. Strike to the back of the head. Super kick by Theory. Theory is down. Theory is down. Seth is down. Yeah, it's really entertaining. Really entertaining. This is the good stuff. Loving it. It's a sure thing about the IC or US would be easier to get. Here is Theory getting up onto his feet. This is really entertaining stuff, as we said. Seth is down, motionless. We got 9 minutes left of the first hour. I'm about to show you. Theory has got Seth in between his legs. He's going to do the pedigree. Hooks the arms. Can't get it. Reversed by Seth into a curb. Curb stomp. Curb stomp. And that should do it. 2, 3. Seth Rollins beats Austin Theory. Dude in the crowd dressed as Goldust. Seth freaking Rollins. Seth curbs and beats Austin Theory. Whilst the crowd sing his theme song. NXT Europe probably travel around Europe in 2023 than stuck in one place. Yeah, I agree. That'll be good. That'll lay some groundwork. I don't think you can say Theory sucks, brackets whoever did. He is quite good. He's just not found his groove week in, week out. Seth freaking Rollins, crowd singing away. Right, we are backstage. There is a vehicle arriving. This feels very oozy. Could be the big dog. Could be the tribal chief. Could be the head of the table. And it is Roman. With Paul Heyman getting out of the vehicle. The tribal chief is here. Up next. Up next. Oh, what's this? Oh, advert for NXT. She's had it for 12 months. Tomorrow night. 1 year championship celebration. Mandy Rose. NXT live tomorrow night. I mean, what I will say is that title reign, even if it's not been the most exciting in the world, has definitely helped make her feel like a bigger star. She feels like a bigger star to me than she was when she was just on the main roster. Mandy loses tomorrow, said Tony. Courtney said Roman and Paul are next. Adam said Naomi was at Sheamus's wedding whilst he's away due to injury, says Adam. Kyle said Heath Slater should start calling herself the tribal Heath. Very good. Very good, Kyle. Roman has just arrived. He has indeed. He has indeed. Gerard said Ultimate Warrior 35 Wing Eagle belt is what? 7? Did you say 750? 700, and it's worth every penny. Is that his belt that's like the in tribute to him belt? Nice. People were a little bit split on it. Some really liked it. Some thought it was a bit OTT, but the Ultimate Warrior was very OTT. So we are at commercial break. Junior said it's over for Austin Theory. Is now on 50-50 with the rest of the roster, not named Roman and Lesnar. Roman next is a little bit weird, said No Fear. Zoom Station said Theory in L's every week. Steve-O said Theory is getting better and better. Skunksky said Theory should cash in whilst Roman is here because he isn't here much. Mviv said 9 out of 10 so far, enjoying the show. Steve-O said it was a really good match. Mark said Seth is so good. That was a really good match. Really, really good match. I think it's one of those matches that has helped both. To be honest, I think Seth, that was one of those matches that reminded me of a Monday Night Rollins type match where every week he was stealing the show. Hence Monday Night Rollins. And it reminded me very much of that. And that's the type of match that even if Austin Theory is going to lose, he loses looking really good. Looking really good. Looking like he's taking some serious steps forward. So, yeah, can't really ask for much more than that. Very good. Good show so far, actually. We're an hour in. We've still got 2 hours left to go. But so far, so good with this Raw. I'd say much, much better than last week's offering. Much better. And considering it's a go-home show, a minor miracle, innit? I wish that Seth would have gotten the briefcase if he had have won, said John. Right, here we go. Then we're going back to the show. Going back, and it should be Roman next, but there might be a little backstage thing first. Right, we go to the commentators. Kevin Patrick and Corey Graves. Breaking news. Bray Wyatt is at Crown Jewel. Same. Breaking news. Bray Wyatt is at Crown Jewel. That is not the biggest surprise in the world. But good that it's been confirmed. Good that we know that we are getting it. Bray Wyatt is at Crown Jewel. Right, here comes Roman Reigns. We did talk about that during the predictions. We put the prediction video up. I did think he would be there. But not in a match. Ding 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 ding. No bloodline. Roman with Paul on his own. All by himself. Respect your tribal chief. That pop for Roman, said Dave Meltzer. WWE said the main roster goes to Saudi this Thursday. Oh, I never heard that. That's interesting. They'll spend Thursday night, Friday, and Saturday. They do tend to try and get out as kind of as quick as possible, to be honest. They have jumped on shows like onto aeroplanes like that night before. I think there's always a little bit of concern about like getting out of that place. Obviously, we've seen some things in the past, haven't we? Where they had some problems getting out of that country. Dun, dun, dun. Roman Reigns. Roman making his way down to the ring. Dun, 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 dun. There's some more fans dressed up. That's cool. Two dudes dressed as the Usos. One as Roman, one as Paul Heyman. Got a couple of Usos. Usi, man. Usi. There's an Usi sign. Usi's really got over in it. It's really caught on. What if they cut Jay and Sammy backstage arguing whilst Roman says something really important? I don't know that they're there, to be honest, but they could be backstage. We haven't seen them. Last time I saw them, there was a little backstage interview with them, and they were going off to Waffle House to try and smooth things over. Love the blonde in Seth's hair, said Miss Clown. He's looking extra oozy tonight. Roman getting in the ring then. He's got both of his belts. He can't keep that one around his waist, actually. It just fell off. Lol. There is a QR code in the crowd. That is almost certainly fake. Fake! Fan-made. Fake. I mean, I probably should scan it just to be sure, but it's fake. I ain't falling for that. Roman looking like a megastar. Yeah, anybody is. That's why. Roman Reigns, isn't he? Tribal chief, acknowledge him. Right, Roman in the ring. Let's see what he's got to say. Looks like Paul Heyman's going to be speaking first. There's a sign in the background that said Roman sucks. It's not very nice, is it? Roman. Usi chance. Usi chance. Usi chance. Come on, do more Usi chance. I wish that was really loud. Usi, 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 Usi. Oh, he wants the microphone, so Roman is going to speak first. Dallas, Texas. Dallas, Texas. Acknowledge me. And they do. And they should. Liv Morgan versus Sonya is going to be a no DQ match, said Adam. Live this Saturday. Usi, 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 Usi. Keep it Usi, my dog. More Usi chants. Don't worry. Yes, he says it. I got Sammy and Jay working on being more Usi. Working together to be more Usi. Let me be real with y'all. For more than 2 years, I've been hyping opponents. And the only thing that happens is we get to the match and they get smashed. I'm not lying. Let's be honest. I'm the greatest of all time. Let's be honest. Let's be honest about that, yeah? They were all smashed, they were. I'm going up against the guy that's had 2 matches. No way. Yeah, good. An outsider. An outsider. Boos for Logan. Listen to those boos. Good. I acknowledge you. Ah, the wise man's going to do it instead. I'm not hyping up an outsider, said Roman. Who's had 2 matches. Paul Heyman's going to do it instead, though. Roman is going to smash Logan. Outsider. Logan will be all it takes to turn Roman face. Roman puts his hand in the air. A few boos for Roman. Seems like this crowd don't like anyone. He's talking about these steel screws again. One lucky punch. Logan Paul has been training with HBK. And Roman's like... Roman does not look impressed. Let's go, Tribal Chief. Logan and his brother are the male version of the Kardashians. Outsider. That keeps using this outsider. Here's the Miz. Are we going to find out the Miz's secret this week? Because Johnny did say that he was going to reveal it if the Miz didn't. Miz is coming out in wrestling gear. Roman's looking at his watch. I don't think he's very impressed at being interrupted. He knows Logan quite well, the Miz, didn't he? He faced him at SummerSlam. He might be coming down to offer some words of advice that you don't want to overlook, Logan Paul. So Miz making his way down. Here's Miz. First and foremost, my tribal chief. I acknowledge you. Oh, he's been acknowledged by the Miz. That's nice. That's nice. That's nice. No one knows Logan better than me. So Miz is like, no one knows him better than me. I basically brought him in. I trained him. That right hand everyone's been talking about is real. Ask Jay, he knocked him out. They're trying to really make out that he's got like metal pins in his hand and that he's got this knockout ability. Did Jake win? He did, yeah. I think we can help each other, says The Miz. I know his strengths, but I know his weaknesses. Help me and I'll help you. Roman's thinking about it. It's up to you, my tribal chief, says Paul Heyman. Roman gets the microphone. You trying to cut a deal? And Miz is like, yeah. I'll scratch your back, yeah? Can I ask you a question? Absolutely, yeah. You're the tribal chief? Yeah, absolutely. Ask away, yeah. What do you want? I like this guy, says Roman. I think I like this guy. Why does everyone keep talking about Logan Paul knocking me out? Superman punch. Superman punch by Roman. He knocks out the Miz. Miz gets Superman punched. They should be talking about me knocking out Logan Paul, and Paul Heyman's like, yes, you are right, my tribal chief. You are right. Acknowledge me. Miz knocked out by Roman. I think the deal's off, guys. I think the deal is off. Deal is off the table. Because the head of the table is going to knock out Logan Paul. Right? No man knocking me out, says Roman. The tribal chief is head and shot. Look at Roman go, man. Shouting down the camera. I acknowledge you. Are you doing Crown Jewel? We're doing Crown Jewel. We're all over Crown Jewel. So, yeah, Miz trying to cut a deal. Knocked out. Logan should have to wear gloves in a wrestling match if there are metal pins. They're a weapon in wrestling terms. What? I can't remember what they were doing with Lex Luger. He had the plate in his forearm. Yeah. Looks like we are getting Bray on Friday, is it? I missed that. Here we go. So Ray is going to be going up against Gunther for the Intercontinental Championship, taking on the Ring General. But what was that about Bray? Rey Mysterio, Gunther. Who is Uncle Howdy? Who is Uncle Howdy? Do you think Roman has overtaken Cena in the all-time rankings? No. I mean, John Cena was just massive. I mean, there was, I don't know why, but it just doesn't feel like Roman. I'll tell you what it is. I think it's because John Cena was at his peak, if you will, at his top for quite a long time. Like, I feel like with Roman, the crowd were not into him when he was a face. I feel like the crowd were really booing more than cheering when it was, for example, when he wins the Rumble in, is it 2015? And The Rock comes out and congratulates him. The crowd boo him out the building. I sort of feel like there's a lot of stuff there that didn't. He was being presented as a top star, but he wasn't being accepted as a top star. And I think with John, when John's at the top, it's 50-50 in it. Let's go Cena, Cena sucks. Let's go Cena, Cena sucks. Really, I don't think it was as 50-50 for Roman. I think it was more negative than positive. I think Roman has had a fantastic 2 years. I think since he came back and has done this, I think it's been brilliant. But there's only been 2 years of this. So I feel like we've had like the Shield stuff, which you can credit with Roman, but being in a faction, it's sort of for me, that's the Shield. That's not Roman. Roman's a part of it, but that's the Shield. Then you go into his solo run as a face, which I don't know. I know he had main events of WrestleMania. I know he beat The Undertaker, but it was an Undertaker that was already beaten and broken down. He gets a win over like Triple H. Sort of felt like they were just trying so much stuff to get Roman, to be accepted, and he wasn't. For me, Roman has been amazing, fantastic. Absolutely loved it since he turned heel, but that's only been 2 years. And I think John was at top for a lot longer. So for me, he's still behind Cena for that reason. But I think that it depends how much more we can keep going with this, how much more we can get out of this. But for me, I think Roman will end up being behind John Cena on my list. I would like for him, not because I preferred John, but just who feels bigger. I think Cena in his peak felt bigger than Roman. But I am loving this. I've probably enjoyed this run of Roman's more than I have anything Cena did. Although Cena and CM Punk was fantastic. That was fantastic. Miz wants his match with Mustafa Ali cancelled. Story. Should never. A story should not air until it has been verified. So Miz is threatening defamation. If WWE airs the allegations against the Miz. Everything's bigger in Texas, almost everything, as he looks at Miz's balls. Miz, you've got tiny balls. So Ali tells Miz everything is bigger in Texas. Except for his tiny balls. Is this Judgment Day? Think it might be Judgment Day time. It is Judgment Day time. Right. Bailey said in an interview, WWE should introduce WWE women's mid-titles. She wants it to happen. If it did, who would be the first champions? Don't know, to be honest. It really depends which main event stars are not in the main event at that time. Look at the men's at the moment, held by Gunther, who's on his way there, and Seth, who was there, but is kind of down in the mid-card a bit at the moment. So I've got to think that it would probably be a Bailey, a Becky, a Asuka. Like, it'd be one of those, wouldn't it? Whilst Bianca's got the big title, gives one of those girls something to have. Right, Judgment Day making their way down to the ring. The Judgment Day. How can Mustafa face Miz knowing he's injured? That's not very sportsmanlike, said Roderick. That's true. That's true. What a disgrace of an athlete. Courtney said, WrestleMania said in a video, Sammy won't be able to attend Crown Jewel. Looking forward to him being there. He's never at Crown Jewel. He's never been to Crown Jewel. LSW said, the tiny balls jokes aren't funny anymore. It really is just middle school humor. Something that Vince would do. That's true. We got another fan here dressed as Rhea Rip. That one looks good. She looks good. She's done a good job, hasn't she, of looking like Rhea? Judgment Day and this generation's James Ellsworth. Yeah, that was a good line from last week. That was good from last week. It's Dom with Dom, said Trini Bo Peep. Love these guys. Yeah, these two might be my favorite ever couple in WWE history. Just Pippin, Macho Man, and Miss Elizabeth. Here is the OC. Gallows, Anderson, AJ Styles. It was Ronda that said that, not Bailey, and it was before Ronda won a title, said Bearded Bronco. Chris said if Roman is going to have the bloodline in his corner Saturday, then Logan should have Jake Paul in his corner. X-Drive, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the kind words as the... what is this? What is this match? That dude looks good. He is dressed as AJ. He's got a good facial hair and everything on the go. I like this. I really like showing the pictures of the fans dressed up as wrestlers. I think it's really good. Some amazing costumes. That Joker in the front row looks amazing. I feel bad for Carmella and Corey with having that miscarriage. Judgment Day equals James Ellsworth times 4. 3 guy versions and 1 girl version. Imagine that, a girl version of James Ellsworth. Bit. Legend Killer, shout out to you. Bailey spoke on it as well. The quote is on Twitter and IG. Easy99 said, since today is Halloween, what wrestler of any era do you wear as? Do you wear as? What does that mean? What's that mean? What wrestler would I dress as? Don't really do the dress thing, to be honest. But if I was... It's tricky, that one. Don't know. I'm really lazy when it comes to stuff like that, so I'd probably just choose someone that's really straightforward. Finn Balor, as he currently is, do you know what I mean? Just like a leather jacket. It's not really much I need to do. Is there anyone that wears a beanie hat in WWE that I don't have to change anything about myself to dress up as? That would be quite useful. On the outside, I dress as my hero, Dominic Mysterio. There we go. I would dress up as my hero, Dominic. I'd get my hair slicked back. I would wear a jacket, get some black jeans, just put a little purple handkerchief in my back pocket. I'd dress as my hero, Dominic Mysterio. That feels like the best way forward. Judgment Day in control. So, looks like this is Damian Priest taking on Carl Anderson. Damian Priest against Carl Anderson. Who is Uncle Howdy? That's a question that was asked by WWE. Who is Uncle Howdy? Versus Anderson. There we go. Fury against Chisora. 3rd of December. Never say never. Old Undertaker is an epic Halloween costume, said Gabriel. Most people don't know Fritz von Erich's retirement match was against King Kong Bundy when he was known as Big Daddy Bundy. I didn't know that. Sahil said, Days, is Carl getting written off from TV as he's fighting in Japan? I don't think he's going to be in Japan, is he? I'm not expecting him to. Because he's done, isn't he? Drop the belt. Who cares? Stop faffing around with the never open weight championship. You're in WWE now. So I don't know what he's doing in regards to that. But I still expect him to be at Crown Jewel. WWE are confirming Bray at Crown Jewel right before Roman comes out. Do you think Bray could attack Roman? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think that that's connected. I think a Roman segment is where you will expect to see an increase in views. People, once they hear Romans on the show, are more likely to tune into the show. And so I think that that's where you would put an announcement like that because you're going to get the most eyes. I don't think that it's connected in any other regard. Uncle Rowdy Ronda Rousey. What female will help the OC with their Rhea problem? Seems like Asuka is busy now. I really like the theory of it being Beth Phoenix. I think that it makes perfect sense. So I like the idea of Beth being involved. I don't know if Beth would go to Saudi Arabia, though. Can't remember. I don't think she's been there yet. So I don't know. I'd like Bray versus Bo, says Shaq. Halftime scores. Bit early. 5 minutes early, but the problem is the next break will probably be a bit later. We'll wait until the next break. We'll do it the next break. But you will be judged on November 5th, says Boomers TV. New Japan has rescheduled the openweight match, so OC to Saudi Arabia confirmed, said Trini. Crown Jewel, I didn't know that, thank you. Crown Jewel is so weird when women wrestle in t-shirt and pants. Frank said maybe Chelsea Green, maybe. There was rumors of her returning, yeah, so it could be. Anderson said he's going to go to Crown Jewel, but he also told the world the Openweight Championship, he won't vacate it and told New Japan to come and get it. Come on! Right, strikes to midsection by Carl Anderson. Donald, chat out to you, my friends. Mostly the Wrestling God said, I think Uncle Howdy will be revealed at Crown Jewel. Do you see Charlotte returning, turning face, joining OC? I don't think I see that, no. Shoulder up by Carl Anderson. Obviously, she does have a history with Rhea Ripley, though, so... Charlotte is very glamorous, though. Think of the robes and, you know what I mean? All of this. The Queen making her way down with a lovely... I don't see her working with the OC. The OC are just a bunch of lads, rough and ready, brawling, fighting. They're not going to know how to treat a queen, are they? What are they going to do with Charlotte? They've got nothing in common. Needs to be a girl that can get a bit rough and ready. Do you know what I mean? Like a Nikki Cross or an Asuka. I mean, in all fairness, Asuka's got lovely robe, but she likes to get stuck in, doesn't she? It's not multiple robes or anything. It just tends to be the same one a lot of the time. And she don't mind about running down to the ring and chucking it on the floor and, you know, spinning back elbows and all that kind of stuff. So I feel like Asuka's a good fit. I feel like Nikki Cross is a good fit. But I feel like it does need to be a girl that's a bit rough and ready to hang out with Gallows and Anderson. I don't know that I see Charlotte in that role. Spinebuster. Flair and Styles were mixed tag partners, says Nick. Was that back in the mixed match challenge? Yeah, I just don't see her fitting with Gallows and Anderson. I don't see that dynamic. I don't see her fitting in with the OC. Rhea on the edge of the ring. Double axe handle gets caught by Damian Priest. Plants Carl Anderson down. What about Becky or Tegan Nox? Can't see Tegan Nox really fitting in with them. Becky, Becky would be interesting. It wouldn't really work with her in a finery, though. You know, with this kind of wacky stuff that she wears. If she was going to go back to just being the man, and it's a roll-up win there by Anderson. Anderson gets a backslide. It is all kicking off. Looked like a backslide victory for Anderson over Damian Priest. Gallows is standing over low blow, over Dominic, low blow by Pappy. Pappy delivers a low blow. OC have got a rear problem. I'm thinking Beth. I'm thinking Beth. That's my prediction. Pappy is in the ring. They've got to sort this problem, though. And they still haven't sorted it. They wouldn't attack Rhea. Rhea will attack them, though. Corey Graves said there's no answer for Rhea. There is an answer for Rhea. Styles up, gets planted down. So, Judgment Day attack. Perched. Coup de grace by Balor. Coup de grace. So, Rhea problem continues. Rhea problem continues. Thanks, Tony. Awesome Kong is the... Oh, Awesome Kong would be sick. Awesome Kong would be awesome. Kong. Yeah, that'd be great. Kairi Sane would be cool. Miko Satomura would be amazing. Imagine if they went and got Miko. Imagine if they get Miko Satomura. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Miko Satomura. OC and Shotzi. Raquel. She's rough and ready, isn't she? In a nice way. Is Rollins versus Ali going to happen at Crown Jewel? They have not advertised it for Crown Jewel. So I don't know, to be honest. We did our predictions yesterday. It wasn't one of the matches that was listed. I'll have to have a little look, actually. Let's have a look. Crown Jewel 2022. Roman versus Logan, OC versus Judgment Day, Brock versus Bobby, Drew versus Karrion, Braun versus Amos, Bianca versus Bayley, Usos versus Brawling Brutes. So no Seth Rollins, but it wouldn't surprise me if it got added. We are seeing Amos backstage. The Nigerian giant. Amos. Anderson said he was peeved with New Japan about booking his open weight title without Gallows' approval. Carl's lawyer is his tag team partner, Luke. What happened? So Anderson got the win over Damian Priest, and then there was a beatdown. Judgment Day coming out on top, thanks largely to Rhea Ripley. So we've got an Amos promo. She'll find out sooner. Coming to SmackDown. Laugh there. Hey, here's JBL. I forgot about JBL. So Amos is coming to SmackDown on Friday. JBL is here. JBL. Little dance as JBL makes his way down to the ring. JBL and Baron Corbin up next on Raw. That New Japan stuff is a work, said Lister Jericho. JBL should shoot on 50-50 booking. Cross Drew in a steel cage match. Yes. Miz's secret is that he is Kurt Angle's father. Right, we are going to commercial breaks to get in your halftime scores. I'll do the song. Not live, of course. I'm not an idiot. Here we go. Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this. John said, no idea. I missed the first hour. 7.75, 7.8, 9, 8, 8, 8, 8.5, 6, 9, 8, 7, 7.5, 7.5, 9.5. Anderson match finished, yes. 8.5, 8, 7. The answer to Ripley is obviously Mona, Miss Madness 99 from WCW. 7.8, 8, 8.5, 6.7, 6.5, 8.5, 9, 10. I hope Bray isn't at Crown Jewel. He isn't the be-all and end-all, said Mikey. Well, he is there. They've already announced that he's going to be there, but I don't think it's a match. 7.5, 8.5, 8.5, 9, 7.5, 5, 6.75. Miz's secret is that he is a mutated hedgehog. 7, 6.5. Uzi out of 10. 6. I give it 8.7, says Edwards. JV gives it an 8. Paulie with an 8. Shaq said, I miss Jason Jordan. Any info on Bray at Crown Jewel? Yes, he's going to be there. They've announced he's going to be there. Breaking news, he's going to be there, but we don't know any more than that. Is JBL the new Vince? He even looks like him. JBL the new Vince? I don't know what you mean by that. Is JBL in charge of WWE? It'd be odd if Rollins isn't on the Crown Jewel cards. Jim gives it an 8. Alexa Bliss Gamer gives it 1,000 out of 10 because Alexa Bliss returned. Donald said, well, Mickey, you will be upset because it's announced he is at Crown Jewel. Irish Rebel says 8 out of 5. I thought Roman was the opener, not Seth beating Austin and Bianca beating Nikki. No, we had Roman kind of at the end of the first hour going into the second hour. Bit of a weird time for him, but I mean, he's a big, big star, isn't he? And in a way, it was kind of nice to not just have that and get it out the way. It kind of gave us something to look forward to. I don't know what's left actually on the show. I know we've got the trick or street fight. Not sure how that's going to go. That's Riddle and Otis. So trick or street fight. And I'm sure there's going to be some other things as well as that. But I genuinely don't know what else is left. Oh, they wanted a tag team title match. I'm sure that'll be granted. So we might get Alexa and Asuka taking on Dakota and Io. So we might still have that to come. Miss Clown said 6 oranges out of a whole bag of oranges. I see Tegan teaming up with the OC, said Courtney. If you want Boring Corbin to come out, give me a hell yeah. He had a good match a few weeks ago. Boring Corbin. Got another QR codes. The tickets for Elimination Chamber, February 18th, 2023. I mean, it is true. There is a QR code on screen, but it is for Elimination Chamber. It's so good to be home, said JBL. God bless Texas. Big cheer. The United States was formed with Texas at the center. Texas has always been defined by its legends. He knows his Texas history, doesn't he? He's going down through some classic Texas sports stars, and he gives Steve Austin a shout. Steven, shout out to you, my friend. Stone Cold Stephen Gorgon. Oh, and then Snowflakes came along and ruined it. Yeah. Gen Z, millennials came along and ruined it. Johnny is up next. So he's turned it on him. Like, he was bigging up Texas, but now he's saying, like, you know, you're not reflective of those great days. You're the snowflake generation. Always looking for safe spaces. You disgust me. I always believe what he says, man. Such a good talker, isn't he? It's really good promo, JBL. I want you to get up. Get up on your snowflake little feet. The modern day wrestling god, Baron Corbin. Yep. Get up on your snowflake feet and welcome Baron Corbin. Baron Corbin is here. Interesting attire. He's got a tracksuit on. The hell is that tracksuit? What's on that tracksuit? What's on his tracksuit? He's got something on his tracksuit, and I don't know what it is. I think it might just be patterns. Maybe it's a white tracksuit with some repeated pattern all over it. Still can't really make it out, to be honest, but either way, it's a bit of a different look here for Baron Corbin. So Corbin making his way down. Are they birds or parrots or something? Tigers! I saw a tiger! Tigers. Looks like lots of different tiger heads. Some of them from the side roaring. Some of them face on. There's a sign in the crowd that says, "Nobody likes you." Baron Corbin is here. Ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome. KOTV said, did you see NXT is reportedly releasing NXT stars? It was mentioned earlier, and we'll have to wait and see who it is, to be honest. I don't quite know how I feel about it yet until I know who's gone. It could be people not quite reaching that standard, or it could be bigger than that. Until we know who it is and how many, we'll have to wait and see. Okay, so JBL and Baron Corbin. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for scraping together your last few dollars and buying a ticket to come and see me. You had to put in a few extra hours at the factory. That just shows me how much you truly love me. Boo's getting louder for Baron Corbin. Oh, he says the truth, and out comes our truth. Here's our truth. Hurrah! Look at JBL's face. R-Truth's come out dressed as a cowboy. He's got a little horse galloping his way down. What's up? What's up? We got a cowboy truth. You can get with this. No, you can get with that. Truth. Horse goes down in the corner. I just want to come out here and wish Dallas a happy Halloween. But I especially want to come out and tell you both. I like both of your Halloween costumes. So, JBL said we're not wearing costumes. Yeah, you're dressed as a hostile, steaming mad, out-of-touched old man. Corbin. Corbin goes to throw a shot at R-Truth. Kick there by R-Truth. I'm guessing this is going to lead to a match. The booking on Raw is horrible tonight, said Tyrell. I always feel like when R-Truth comes out, we have like a good initial joke, and then some of the stuff that follows can be a little bit weak. Like, I did think, oh, what's he going to say that JBL's dressed as? And it turned out to be just an angry old man. Hostile old man. I thought there was going to be like maybe a bit more wit to it. Maybe something a bit more topical. Oh, that's it. He just got attacked. So Corbin attacks R-Truth, and I don't think it's leading to a match. There was End of Days in there. Yeah, I was hoping for a bit more when R-Truth came out. So, no. Oh well. Right, we are at commercial break. Boom, boom. OC needs to get Randy. He would RKO Rhea. Raw's been awesome. Don't know what you're watching, said Davids. Inside Out again says, put the IC on Truth. Have him defend it each week. Scott said, Trick or Street Fight. I'm looking forward to it. Raw needs to up its level. SmackDown and NXT has been killing it. 2 weeks and 6 days away from the World Cup in Qatar, says Adam. I need to get a move on then, don't I? I need to get that planned. We will be doing something. We'll be doing something. I just don't quite know what that something is yet. But definitely the semi-finals and the final. I mean, we've got to watch England win, haven't we? A bit rude to not watch England get the victory. We'll watch England beat the USA as well. That'll be worth watching. OC needs Shayna Baszler. That would be good. Hawkins said, never thought I'd say this, but I can't wait for SmackDown. I've always been a fan of Raw. Justin said, hard for Raw to up its game with no heavyweight title. I think this show has been better than I was expecting, to be honest. This is a go-home, so you can't really start anything new here because really the focus has to be on this weekend. And that's always the problem, isn't it? You're always focusing and talking about feuds that have already been built. Really, this is the final touches. So unless you can do something quite shocking like bring back Asuka and Alexa, which is a nice moment, then there's not really like anything you can do for a go home. So it's a go home. It is what it is. I actually think there's been some good moments here. I think the first part of the show was really strong. The Roman segment was fun. I definitely think there's been a few segments where you could be like, not really too fussed about that. I didn't think the Judgment Day stuff with OC was that captivating. It could have been massively helped if we found out who the woman was that was going to deal with Rhea. So if we'd have got like an answer there, that would have helped. But they're making us wait for that. But we did get the return of Alexa and Asuka. We did get Roman and the child chanting Usi. We got a really good Seth Rollins Austin Theory match. Add in the fact that it's a go home. I think that this has been pretty good. I'm not going to go crazy for this show. Oh, and we had Brock. Don't forget that brawl, Brock and Bobby. That was really good. That was really good. So we did get that as well, and potentially a women's tag title match coming up. Johnny is going to tell all tonight. Johnny Gargano tells all tonight. WWE investigates. Is Nikki with Damage Control? Bailey's trying to talk to Nikki here. Nikki stares at Bailey. Nikki walks away. I don't think they've got Nikki on their side. I wonder if they're going to work on Nikki and try and recruit Nikki. Could be Candice, Alexa, Asuka, and Bianca against Nikki and Damage Control at Survivor Series. Bro. Okay. Trick or Street Fight next. He's coming. Oh God, what's he wearing? Is he dressed as Ezekiel? Is that Zeke? He is. He's dressed as the Zeke. Riddle is making his way down to the ring dressed as Zeke. So Elias coming out with Riddle dressed as Ezekiel. Riddle forgot his tights. Right, it is going to be the chicken street fight now. Shush, please. Shush, please. Chad, who's he dressed as? Is this Rick and Morty or something? So Riddle as Ezekiel. So who's he dressed as? I don't even know who he's dressed as. Halloween is my favorite holiday, says Chad. Oh. He's dressed as Patrick Swayze. Must be something for like Dirty Dancing or something. Yeah. Dale. Here is Otis. He is also dressed as Swayze. They're taking the robes off. He looks great. He looks in great shape. Chad, actually. This reference would probably be hitting home if I'd seen the film. Who the F is Dale? I was thinking Rescue Rangers. Chip and Dale. I wanted him to come out dressed as a big chipmunk. That's what I was hoping for. Rescue Rangers. Brilliant, said Erase Your Minds. This is horrible, says David. Roadhouse. Is this from Roadhouse? Okay. Love this, said to Heel. LS Dub said this is Wheel. Rick and Morty, Graves said. I thought it was the guy out of Rick and Morty when I first saw him. Right, we are underway with the trick or street fights. It was a Saturday night skit with Patrick Swayze and Chris Farley, says Brad. Right, kick there by Riddle. Riddle on the outside. Springboards to the outside. Down goes Chad and Otis. And I think we're about to go to commercial break. Okay, so Alpha Academy were dressed as something to do with Patrick. Are you telling me it's out of Roadhouse? It's from a Saturday Night Live skit. Saturday Night Live, Chip and Dale's had tryouts with Swayze and Chris Farley. Okay. Jeez, can I just tell you, that ain't playing to international crowds. I mean, I don't even know if we get Saturday Night Live over here. Oh, well, doesn't matter, does it? I got the Ezekiel reference. Otis ate my other sign. He thought it was a block of cheese, says Ron. Commercial break. Yeah, we are at commercial break. Okay, how long have we got left? We've got 1 hour, 5 minutes left to go. 1 hour, 5 minutes left to go. Chip and Dale would have been an improvement, said John. Chip and Dale would have been fun. Would have been fun if Chad had told Otis to dress up as Dale and Otis got the wrong Dale. That could have been fun. We know Britain don't get the whole comedy thing, said Ron. I think we're pretty good with comedy. We just don't get Saturday Night Live. I mean, I say we don't get it. I mean, it could be buried on one of those kind of channels lower down. I mean, it's just not. It's not something you can flick through the channels and like stumble across. I've never seen it on TV. Never seen it on TV. Lisa said Sammy and Kevin Owens should be a team again. Stoney said that skit was hilarious. Chris Farley was hilarious. Patrick Swayze was awesome in it as well. Bray Wyatt attack backstage, hanging up Uncle Howard. Bray Wyatt limp into the ring. Lights out. Uncle Howdy behind Bray. Uncle Howdy mask removed, and it's Bo. Let them be Chippendale Rescue Rangers. I loved them. They were cool. They were cool. Classic cartoon. And the raccoons. Love the raccoons. The raccoons never get enough love. Have we got a no-holds-barred match at Crown Jewel? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think we get a no-holds-barred match. We got a steel cage match. And we've got a last woman standing match. I can't remember there being a no-holds-barred match. Inside Out and again said, Bray Wyatt is Uncle Howdy. It's a split personality. Easy99 said, Mr. Bean is my favorite comedy character. Justin said, I miss Mad TV. It was so much better back in the day. Beans E Entertainment said, Bray could do horrible things to Cody when Cody comes back. He did say adrenaline and smoke and mirrors in his last promo. Coach Co said the first ticket to Disneyland was purchased by Dave McPherson for $1. He distinguished himself by standing in line at 2 a.m. By daybreak, about 6,000 people had joined him in line. Love Streams, do a classic pay-per-view leading up to Survivor Series. Maybe Survivor Series 2002, says Enigma. Maybe. I couldn't commit to anything. I mean, I don't know when the World Cup's starting. We might be drowning in World Cup stuff. Right, trick or street fight. Matt Riddle taking on Otis right now. We've got pumpkins all around the ring. There's sweets all in the center of the ring as well. So, looks like there's been a lot of pumpkins that have been bashed. Candy everywhere. Kicks coming in by Ezekiel. Knee strike there by the Zeke Freak. Going over to the corner, forearm smash, going up against the ropes. Forearm smash again. Lots of packets of M&Ms in the ring. I wonder if they sponsor... That's what nightmares are made of, says Corey Graves as Otis wobbles his belly around. Oh, yeah. Drink it in, ladies. Drink it in. So the ring covered in candy. Are they saying we want tables? I think they're saying we want tables. We want tables. Otis. Doing the caterpillar. Elbow drop. Elbow drop by Otis. Oh, yes. Wobbling it all around. Picks up Riddle. Riddle lands on his feet, goes back to the corner. Otis head first into a steel chair that was in the corner. Kendo to the midsection and across the back. Battering Otis. Otis goes down. So Riddle getting fired up, goes back to the corner. Clothesline. Is candy corn? Would you know, I've never had candy corn in my life. I don't think it's really available over here. I think you could probably find a pack in certain stores. We do have some shops that like import American candy, but it's not something I've seen. So I've never tried it, but apparently it's meant to be like, I don't know, butter. I read it about it. It was like butter, sugar, honey, and vanilla. I mean, it sounds lovely. But I believe it's got a bad reputation from what I've seen. But I'd like to try it. Looking for a big splash. Boom. Elias puts a pumpkin on the head of Otis. That's terrifying, isn't it? Puts a pumpkin on his head. He goes wandering around. We had Pumpkin Man for a second. I like candy corn, said Ellis Dub. It's horrible, said Ian. Oh. I've got conflicting reports. Conflicting candy corn reports, guys. I don't like it, says Serge. I love it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Candy corn blows. Candy corn is the worst candy. It's nasty. Why is it so bad? I don't understand. How can you make something so bad with butter, sugar, vanilla, and honey? Mix all that. I mean, they're all good things, aren't they? I suppose in a way, though, chicken's good. Ice cream's good. You wouldn't really want chicken ice cream. Maybe it doesn't work. I don't know. All I can tell you. All I can tell you is that it is a victory for Riddle. Dakota doesn't want this match. Will they be able to compete after all the damage we inflict? Don't get riled up, said Bailey. You will not be overlooked anymore. We are taking control of this. Why is Io starting to look more panicked? Io looked really focused, but the more Bailey spoke, she looked panicked. Here's the Miz then. Miz is going to have to fight with a broken jaw. There's a few more ingredients than that, says Ian. Is that true? I mean, I'm only going off Wikipedia. Candy corn. It's not that I don't believe you. Production. Manufacturers combined sugar, corn syrup, Caranabu wax, and water. Cooled them to a slurry. Fondant was added. Marshmallow, sky blue, final mixture. Oh, no, that's not them ones. There's a lot of reading involved. I'll just believe you. I'll believe you. There's more to it than that. Oh, here we go. Candy corn is a type of small pyramid-shaped candy, typically divided into 3 sections of different colors with a waxy texture and a flavor that's based on honey, sugar, butter, and vanilla. It is a staple candy of the fall season and Halloween. Candy corn's traditional colors of yellow and orange and white represent the colors of the fall harvest or corn on the cob, with the wide yellow end resembling a corn kernel. That is true, actually. I've seen pictures of people putting them together and creating a corn on the cob, which is such a weird thing to create. But it does actually make them look quite good. They do look like corn on the cobs. I want to try one. Candy corn flavored Oreos. I'm going to have a look, actually. Candy corn. Where can I get them from? Going to buy some. Going to buy some, give you a breaking news review. I'm going to buy some, eat them, and let you know how I get on. Expensive, you know, here in the UK. $2.99 for a bag. $2.99. £2.99 or $7.99. Don't it? But $4.99. Oh. I mean, I don't mind the $2.99 ones, but in all fairness, that's the cheapest I can find them. There's one here for £1. That'll do. There's a tube here of not many, but you get enough. You'll get a taste of it. I'll be able to review it for £1. It is from a bit of a dodgy website. But listen, if you're going to buy things that you're going to eat, I can't see any reason why you can't get them from dodgy websites. I'm sure that'll work out absolutely fine for me. Candy corn is disgusting, said Vin. Are you hyped for UFC 281? What are you looking forward to? I am looking forward to UFC 281. I think 280 was a better card. I haven't looked to see what's on that card, to be honest. I know, is it Adesanya at the top against Pereira? Adesanya against Pereira. Esparza against Zhang Weili. Poirier Chandler. Hooker, Pules, Edgar, Gutierrez. I mean, it's got to be the Adesanya Pereira. I feel like Poirier gets past Chandler, but it'll be a great fight. Zhang Weili should be able to get past Esparza, so we could get a new champion. And Adesanya against Alex Pereira. Probably looking forward to that, but I think Adesanya is going to get the victory. But then saying that, I didn't expect O'Malley to be given the win over Yarn. Molly McCann's on the card, though. That's great. Erin Blanchfield against Meatball Molly McCann. Erin Blanchfield, 9-1. Taking on Meatball. That'll be excellent. Meatball's been on fire, man. But how much has being in the O2 helped Meatball? So, yeah, good. Still a very, very, very good card. Still a very, very good card. So, when is that? 13th of November. We will be live for that. Looking forward to it. A few weeks away. How much is £1? Oh, hello. Got some lag. We're lagging. Lagging away. Laggity lag lag. Laggity lag. Has that fixed it? Maybe. We just had some lag, which I might have fixed. Look at me, I'm a hero. So to answer your question, yes, UFC 281 looks very good. £1 is worth 100 pennies. Fixed it. So $1, not quite. It's about $1.20, I think it was. It's not drastically away, too far away, but I think it's about $1.20. Did they remove Brock Lesnar from Crown Jewel after tonight's brawl? Well, Thingy said it had been removed. He said there's no match, but we never got any update on that. And I think there's probably a bit of confusion around what's going on, so we probably could do with some clarity as to what's actually happening with that match now. Because it is true. I mean, Triple H might have been saying no match in regards to no match tonight. But he did say no match. And so people are saying, does that mean no match for Crown Jewel? There'll be some clarity on it. I still expect it to take place. Miz against Ali is what we've got right now. Miz against Ali. 120, that was before Liz Truss. It did recover, though. It did recover. I don't know if it recovered to those levels. Liz Truss did knock it down, it is true. But once she left, it did recover. It's 115 right now, says Hayden. No. Into the corner goes Ali. Any update on the Never title match? I don't think it's a problem. I don't think it's happening. I think Carl Anderson is going to be prioritizing the Never Openweight Championship over at Crown Jewel. So I expect him to be there. Lisa says, I paid $2.29 for $2 here in Canada. Right, we've got Ali going over to the corner. We are underway with this match. Didn't know if this match would take place, but it is taking place. In the corner goes Ali. Goes over the top. Against the ropes. Miz looking for a clothesline. Ali lands on his feet. Goes to throw a shot. Rolls up the Miz. 2. Kick out by the Miz. Easy99 said, do you think WWE should do Raw and SmackDown special shows like AEW Dynamite if WWE want to reduce the pay-per-view schedule? I don't think they are going to reduce the pay-per-view schedule. I think they're just going to replace those shows. I mean, my understanding is they've got an agreement with Peacock to provide 12 pay-per-views a year, not including NXT. So I don't think they'll reduce them. I don't think they can. Roman's promos are so much better now, said Nick. Fair Play is doing a great job. Chris said WWE has got rid of Hell in a Cell. Triple H said match is off. He told the ref, said Sweet Shells. Right. Ali is down. Miz is got his mouth all skewed over to the side. Takes his shirt off. You can see a handprint on his chest. Miz has got Ali, hurls him into the corner. Ali goes down. Ali went hard into the corner as we go hard into the commercial break. That didn't sound right. If they could, as if they would cancel Lesnar Lashley. Lisa said, here, the $2 has always been the same. It could be a set price unless noted beforehand. Pay attention. Ali lost last week, so this week could get a victory. Hell in a Cell is iconic, said Salami. I've got to pay for it. I was like, I got to pay for it. But then I was like, oh, no, I'll just watch it on the network. $14.95 here in the UK for Crown Jewel. Not on the network. You can watch it on the network, obviously, if you've got that. But if you want to watch it on BT Sport, $14.99. $14.95. Tyson Fury and Bray Wyatt says, Days, have you seen that Triple H is thinking about moving Money in the Bank to WrestleMania? I have. I don't mind if he does it, but I also don't mind it being its own show. I think there's bigger problems than the Money in the Bank show. I think like things like, you know, what are you doing with Day One? What are you doing with Hell in a Cell? What are you doing with Elimination Chamber? What are you doing with TLC? What are you doing with, you know, WrestleMania Backlash? Like, I feel like there's other shows that need to be addressed more than Money in the Bank. But if you put it back to WrestleMania, I mean, you know, it's a good thing for WrestleMania. They're fun matches. And you could then have cash-ins at WrestleMania. Did Nikki have the Sanity theme? It had influences in there. I think there was definitely influences, but I don't think it was identical. $9.99, $24.99 to annual WWE packages. Pay-per-view Hell in a Cell is gone, not the match, said Draco. Did I miss or did Ali come out with no music tonight, said Hawkins Jr. Didn't see him come out, to be honest. I was chatting with you guys. So, did not see. WWE should bring back Cyber Sunday. That would be fun. That could be fun. The sun looks super close, but it would take 70,000 years in our fastest spaceship to reach it. What? Is that true? Is that true? Is that true? That might be my second favorite fact you've ever provided. How long would it take to travel to the sun? Takes, is it 8 minutes for light to reach us from the sun? At this speed, how many days would it take to travel the sun located at distance and certain distancing, 100 kilometers? How long would it take for a spacecraft to reach the sun? It depends. With the technology today, we would use Jupiter to give us a gravity assist. That way, we would only need to boost to Jupiter and use it like a baseball bat to swap the spacecraft into the sun, reducing the spacecraft speed to 0 velocity within the sun. Technology we have tomorrow. Oh my God. Straight shot, it's 92,956 million miles. 92 million miles. It would take. Someone here is saying it would take 156 days to reach the sun. Sun is 93 million miles away. Voyager 1 travels at 38,000 miles. So it would take about 100 days to get to the sun. Hang on. What's this? What's this? Is that a fake fact? Kojiko? What's going on, Kojiko? It's hard to pin it down to an answer. Sun was 93 million miles away, but that's a theory. That's crazy. Well, it's debatable right now. That's how the NASA telescopes get around using other planets' atmosphere as a slingshot, said Jordan. That fact was wrong. I think he means daisies and not days. 222 days to the sun, 3 days to the moon, said Bruce. Yes, it can't be 70,000 years. It can't be. Can't be. That's insane. That's insane. This day in wrestling history, 1967, WWF World Champion Bruno defeated Luke Graham in Nashville. Right, we are still underway with Miz versus Ali. Kojiko, I am expecting either some clarification or an apology. That is what I'm expecting. I'm expecting either a groveling apology that we will decide if we accept it or not, or more clarification that you was correct. It's one or the other. There is no hiding from this. I know you sat there right now thinking, oh, I'll wait for this to blow over. I am not going to allow this to blow over. That was a big fact that grabbed everyone's attention, and it might be fake news. That is treated very seriously here. Very seriously. Dexter Lumis has grabbed the Miz. Lumis grabs the Miz. Lumis grabs Miz and runs into the crowds. Wow. Miz with a broken jaw. How have we not got Lumis under control yet, says Corey Graves. Super kick by Ali. Miz goes down. Looks like it's going to be a win here. Looks like it's going to be a win for Ali. Ali going up top. Ali. Oh, big splash. So Ali splashes Miz and wins. AR1, shout out to you, my friend. Kyle said, Triple H said the match is off if they touch. SmackDown this Friday is taped from last Friday. Dexter is here. Roderick said the YouTube TV app on Fire Stick is about 15 seconds slow. Days, my bed is only 69 light beers away. Very good. William Hensey, Ass Marauder. Shout out to you. Security guard straight vaulted over the barricade. It was a nice jump, said Ellis Dub. Right, we've still got to hear from WWE Investigates. Coming up next, Johnny Gargano is going to tell all. next. Miz is buried. What is the main event? I think it's the Lady Tag Team title match. Lady Tag Team title match. Johnny Gargano tell all interview. Fun times. Miss Clown, shout out to you. It would take 8 years, 5 months to get to Pluto, said Bruce. Yeah, Coach Code, this is not going away. This is not going away. Who's this? Corey LaJoy. Oh, I got a glimpse of an American advert there. Corey LaJoy. I think what must happen is that there must be, like, say, the USA feed that comes to BT Sport. And when you go to commercial, we just put our own commercials on instead. So there must be someone that sat there trying to figure out when to cut the feed and go to our commercials. And I think we just got a glimpse of one of yours. We just saw some NASCAR dude with AJ Styles. Do you know what? Fun fact. Very first time we got the Firefly Funhouse, they cut it in the UK. They cut it. I remember everyone going, oh my God, what is this? And I was like, I don't know, what? We're at commercials. And everyone was like, you need to see what was just on Raw. And I ended up having to watch it afterwards. I think that was the very first episode of the Firefly Funhouse. Got cut for here in the UK. Silly Billies. Adam said, how about Survivor Series of Gargano Loomis versus Team Miz inside a War Games? If Team Miz wins, Dexter leaves. If Team Gargano wins, Dexter signs a contract. We've done that, haven't we? Did we do the match of Dexter signing a contract? I don't know if we did end up having it. Miz attacked him from behind, didn't he? So perhaps we could still do that. Harif said, NASCAR and WWE doing a crossover. AJ Styles and Corey LaJoy are trading jobs. A super kick by Ali. Wow, said Steve-O. Wow. What do you think the Miz did to Dexter? I don't know, to be honest. I've heard rumors that they might turn out to be related, but I don't know that that's the way that it's going to go. I genuinely don't know. I have not seen any spoilers. I've not seen anyone saying this is what's going to happen. This is where it's heading. I've not seen that. But I've heard some rumors and people saying that they could be related. It might be because normally these things turn out to be things like that. Miz versus Dexter in a steel cage. Weren't you at Raw for the first Funhouse, or was that The Fiend? That was The Fiend, Retribution. Hello, Retribution. That was the reveal of The Fiend. So Funhouse had been going for about 5 weeks by that point. And then Raw was in the UK, and it just happened to be that night where Bray was like, do you want me to show you my secret? It's sort of crazy. Thinking about it now, it's sort of crazy that they showed the audience that. Really, they should not have shown us in the UK. They should not have shown it to us. And it should have just been something that was like, edited into the show. But it was something that, lights went out in the arena. The big screen showed the Funhouse episode. And it just happened to be the one where Bray was like, do you want me to show you my secret? And then it's the first time we ever see The Fiend. And I was in the O2 arena when that happened. And it was like, oh my God. It was amazing. It was amazing. I've said as well, like, it's crazy because at that moment, the show is not being broadcast live because it was taped and then it was shown in America like a few hours later. So you're sat there going, I am one of 15,000 people in the world right now that have seen this. Granted, I'm sure it found its way onto social media, but even still, I was like, oh, God, this is amazing. Right, we've got Byron Saxton. What is this? Byron Saxton sat down. What's going on? Johnny Gargano. This is like one of those true crime investigate shows. I recently sat down with Johnny to uncover what he calls the truth. Who is Dexter Lumis? It's a layered question. I've known Dexter for years. Dexter married into my NXT family. We're seeing Indy Hartwell. He's like a son-in-law or a pet raccoon. Dexter married. Dexter lost his job. There's a reenactment here. Look at the reenactment. Miz took advantage. Struggling artist. So we're seeing a reconstruction. And we're seeing Miz take advantage. Get it all out there. I overheard Miz. I overheard Miz and Dexter talking. People are buying this. Let's try something new. So we're hearing that Miz... So the truth is that Miz has been paying Dexter to attack him. I think Miz is... But that's not going to look great on Dexter, though. They call the paparazzi on themselves all the time. A fake stalker. He's been exploiting Dexter's situation, according to Johnny. Miz basically walked out with Dexter when he was being dragged away. You put Miz to sleep. Miz was never going to beat Bobby Lashley. It was all a con. Wow. True Crime doc is kind of cool. Can't prove it. Somewhere along the way, Miz must have stopped paying Dexter, and he thinks now it has turned into a real feud. This is a shocking development, says Byron Saxton. Thank you for your time. Corey Graves said that that's a load of garbage. Corey Graves is not buying it. It's unsubstantiated. It's completely nonsensical. Yeah, Corey Graves is getting very upset. Calm down, mate. Jeez. I was hoping it was a new pasta recipe. Cornette will crucify this. To be honest, I don't mind it. I honestly don't mind it. I don't mind it because I think for me, I was actually quite into this story until he kidnapped The Miz. Because for me, Dexter showing up and trying to get to The Miz, that was believable. That security dragging him away was believable. But for me, I'm going to be honest, I sort of stopped caring about this story. Brock and Bobby still being advertised, so it looks like the match is still on at Crown Jewel, by the way. But for me, I stopped caring about this story when the Miz was like abducted, kidnapped, because that was just too far for me. Like, why did no one stop Dexter taking the Miz? Why was no one there to prevent it from happening? Why was a WWE superstar dragged away and no one did anything? So if we're now going to say that they were actually on the same page, working together, Miz was going with it, all of a sudden now I can look at it and go, okay, so, all right, someone still should have tried to have stopped it. But obviously, if Miz is working with Dexter at that point, it's going to be a lot easier for him to get out of the building because they can run out together, basically. It's not like Dexter's had to struggle and fight with the Miz. I'm sure as soon as they got off camera, they could actually have just, gone to Miz's car and Miz could have drove them out or something. So, yeah, I'm sort of looking at it thinking, does it fit? Does it work? And I like what Johnny said there of like, I think somewhere along the way, it's actually changed and Dexter now is owed money. And so I think what we're getting now is a real feud between them. So that kind of also works because it explains some of the stuff that we've seen like in recent weeks. I don't mind it. I really don't mind it. That for me is a lot better than it turning out in their brothers. Do you know what I mean? The problem with the brothers thing is that you've got to commit to that for the rest of their time. Like, for the rest of the time that they're together, you've got to commit to that story. It's a bit like Jason Jordan being Kurt Angle's son. Like, granted, we were able to, move on from it because of the fact that Jason Jordan had his career sadly cut short. But even now, if you talk to Kurt's kind of got to play up the fact that he's got a son and his son is Jason Jordan. Like, there's no escaping it, really. And Dexter would never be able to get away from the fact Miz was his brother. So I'm glad it didn't go that way. Right, here is Asuka and Alexa. Oh, look at that woman. She's done a great job of dressing up as Asuka. Very good. Very good. Miss Clown said, yeah, that's great, but still no pasta recipe. I mean, that is true, actually. And here's Alexa. Alexa Bliss. Alexa Bliss. Alexa Bliss. Na 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 na. Alexa Bliss. Alexa Bliss. Alexa Bliss. So we've got Alexa, and there's a woman dressed up as Alexa. Asuka and Lexi will be there in spirit, whether they want to be or not. Yes! The British Bulldog's going to win whether he wants to or not. Love it. Right, we've got Bianca, we've got Alexa, we've got lots of things happening in ring. Got the challengers in the ring, and we will be underway with this. I think we're probably going to go to what I like to call a commercial break. And we have indeed. So we've gone to commercial. Let me know your thoughts in the chat. What did you think of that reveal? Do you believe it? At this stage, it is just what is being kind of referred to as just an allegation at the moment. You buy it? Do you like it? Do you want them to go that way? Maybe you don't. Maybe you don't think it's credible. Maybe you don't think it's the right way forwards. Days, who do you think's got the best super kick of all time? It's probably hard to not say Shawn, isn't it, really? I think Chris Adams used to do a lot of I think he innovated the super kick, and I think he had quite a nice super kick, but I feel like Sean really perfected it. Bucks obviously do some good super kicks, but I think they could also overdo the super kicks. You can make an argument that Sean overdoes super kicks as well. Voyager 1 isn't a spaceship. It is a satellite. Breaking news. Zoom Station said Chris Adams for sure. I think it's stupid. HBK pretty much everything. HBK is the best at everything. Jake said Dutch and Rowan have tweeted some intriguing stuff. I think they're in, to be honest. I feel pretty good about them being involved. So I must admit, I don't really watch too much at what goes on with their account because I'm pretty much fully signed up. Pretty much on boards. Right, I think I've got some images queued up here. Jake, shout out to you, buds. I want to check this up as a separate video because I think it's probably the most interesting thing. And I think there has been a bit of mystery here. Breaking news coming out of Raw. This is just a theory. It's a theory that has been presented by Johnny Gargano, but it's really, really interesting. I really liked it. And we finally have found out potentially what the Miz's secret is. Miz said this isn't true. He said that he's going to start legal action, but we have heard Johnny's side. And obviously this is in reference to Dexter Lumis constantly coming after the Miz. So what Johnny was saying was that, and we got a reenactment, he said that Dexter was part of his family in NXT, but that family broke apart when Dexter lost his job. And Johnny did a little reenactment. I think he was playing all of the characters. So here he is as Dexter. We also got him dressed up as Indy. I think there he is. You can see him actually wearing an Index t-shirt. That was their t-shirt that they had, their design when they were together. Of course, Dexter and Indy Hartwell getting married down in NXT. So this is a little reenactment of Dexter leaving. Then Johnny said that what he believes happened was that Dexter fell on hard times, and this is when The Miz stepped in. So again, we get another reenactment. You can see that this is Dexter drawing a picture, being an artist out on the streets, and this is when The Miz approached him and gave him a load of money and came up with a plan. And so according to Johnny, that plan was that they were going to work together. And Johnny provided this audio clip of The Miz talking to Dexter. So we hear the voice of The Miz. The Miz said, you was a little snug with that sleeper hold, but I actually think this is working. People are buying it. Let's try something new next Monday. Here's half and I'll pay you the rest at a later date. So basically, this whole thing between The Miz and Dexter has been set up. That's what Johnny is alleging. He says that The Miz is paying Dexter to stalk him and attack him so that we feel sorry for The Miz. There was a few follow-up questions about this theory. And here, look, you can see The Miz, terrible actor. Johnny was saying that when he was kidnapped, you can clearly see that The Miz is basically walking. He's not making it very difficult. I really like this. I think this is really interesting. I think this is a nice swerve, a swerve that I never saw coming, actually. So I'm really into it. But he was saying that he thinks that The Miz has not paid Dexter what he said he would pay him. And he thinks now it is actually a real feud. Somewhere along the way, this has turned into a real feud, but it didn't start that way. And at the start, they were actually working together. And so that's it. It was all a con. That is the theory that Johnny has. And he did provide that clip, that audio clip. And knowing The Miz, it does make perfect sense. That is something The Miz would do to try and get some sympathy. But clearly this plan is failed somewhere along the lines, and now it's turned into a real feud. Let me know what your thoughts of this are. Do you think Johnny is telling the truth? Or do you think that The Miz is innocent? Maybe The Miz is really being stalked. I think he is now, but right now I believe what Johnny is saying. A very, very interesting twist in this story. I genuinely love it. I think it's a really interesting little thing. I love the presentation, though. It's very funny with Johnny dressing up as all the different characters. I think it's really fun. I think it's really fun. Miz used to beat up Dexter and take his lunch money when they were kids, said John. Right, we are underway. We've had the intros of both teams. It is going to be for the women's tag team titles. We've got Asuka and Alexa versus Damage Control. Is my house haunted because my Xbox just turned on itself? Yes, it is. It is, and you are in a lot of trouble. You're in a lot of trouble, bud. I don't know how old you are. If you are young, then I just want to say that normally if Xboxes turn on and off by themselves, that's probably the worst sign. That's one of the scariest things that can actually happen. But sleep well, my friends. It's haunted. Yeah, it's haunted. I've heard some real bad stories, actually, about something to do with Xboxes. When Xboxes turn on and off by themselves. That one, I've heard some pretty bad stuff, actually, when that happens. You'll be all right. You'll be all right. Just keep an eye on it. Do you know what I mean? Maybe sleep with the light on. Normally, it's when you turn the lights off that things get a bit moody. But yeah, you'll be all right. You'll be all right. Alexa down. EO on top. Right, just putting this video up for this. It feels like probably the biggest thing that's happened tonight. I mean, there's been some fun things going on. But this is... People love mysteries. I love mysteries. Just like the mystery of if that Xbox thing's a real problem or not. I mean, I think it is. I don't think there's much of a mystery there. I think it's horrific. Right, we've got Dakota driving Alexa back into the corner. Dakota coming into the center of the ring. We've got 16 minutes to go, my friends. 16 minutes to go. Here comes the Empress. Here comes Asuka. Asuka jumping into the ring. German suplex. German suplex by Asuka. Asuka in control, grabbing Dakota. Up on her feet. I'm going to get drinks of retribution. I've got a ghost story galore. My dog snores in his bed, but she died in July. Oh, my God. Lexi should have... Sorry to hear that. Lexi should have dressed as Lily for Halloween. That could have been fun. That could have been fun. Oh, Io and Asuka. Yes. Yes. So, Io and Asuka going at it right now. Kick to the midsection by Asuka. Against the ropes. Io with a elbow to the midsection. I want to see these two go one-on-one. Clothesline by Asuka. Down goes Io. Io Sky. Asuka going over, tagging in Alexa. Against the ropes goes EO, forearm smash there by Alexa. Bulldog by Asuka. Asuka going back over to the corner as Alexa gets the pin. Over in the corner. Missile drop kick. Missile drop kick. Dakota Kai goes to the outside, thrown out of the ring by Asuka. Asuka with a barrage of kicks. Asuka's hurt there. Oh, her leg looks a bit... That didn't look great for her leg. Is her knee all right there? Boos by the crowd as Dakota jumps out of the ring, but her knee seemed to kind of twist over to the side. Really looked awful, to be honest. That looked really, really bad. Right, Crown Jewel. We just got an advert for Crown Jewel. Heel Alexa. Feel like something there, but I don't want to jinx it, said Blissful Stars. Commercial break. Is this the main event? It is. The main event of the evening. Main event of the evening. I think this is the final commercial break. So WWE investigates segment resulting in an interesting little theory. One that I think may divide opinion, but one that I must admit, as I said, I really like. Cal W, shout out to you, said, did you see the releases? No, I haven't. No. What are they? What are they? No, I've not seen them mentioned. We'll check them in a second. Let's have a look at these releases. Are they listed somewhere? I'm sure I will have been tagged in them. New tweet from Sean Rossat. This Johnny Gargano segment is incredible. Halloween show. That's Loomis. No, I can't even see them. Cal, where are they, buds? Sean Rossat was tweeted them. Okay. Let's have a look. Game is absolutely on take a pick any day. Way too many scrimmage. Triple H. God, he's tweeted loads. Can't see anything. Johnny uses reenactments to accuse The Miz. Not even on the homepage of Fightful. We are back to the action. Yeah, it's not even on the homepage of Fightful. On the homepage of Observer. Raw live results. Tanahashi against Gabriel Kids. AEW Elevation results. Bray Wyatt to be at Crown Jewel. SmackDown on Fox following MLB delay. Go Home Show, Nakamura, AEW. Wow, whoever it is, it doesn't look like they're big names. Because I can't easily find them. It's a fake account. I just saw they've copied his profile. Oh, okay. Right. Well, shout out to you, Cal. Thanks for at least clearing that up. Back elbows by Asuka. Kick to the leg there by Io. Roll through. Io going for a stomp. Not quite getting it. Bianca on the outsides. Very lively, very animated. She would love to see Asuka and Alexa win these titles. We're seeing Alexa reaching out, wanting to make a tag. Tag made. In comes Dakota. Kick there by Dakota. Roll up by Asuka. Looking for a backslide. Gets the backslide. Looking for the pin. Okay, Dakota has got Asuka looking to throw her to the ropes. Dakota goes to the outsides. And Io goes flying to the outsides. In comes Alexa. She charges in. She takes down Dakota. Ooh, Thez press. Thez press by Alexa. How long have we got? 7 minutes. Come on, Dakota, said Legend Killer. There's a lot of solar trivia chat, said Bruce. It's where the conversation's at, man. Rick said, how was Raw tonight? I think it's been all right, man. I think it's had its moments. Alexa on her feet, charging over. Double knees by Alexa. Bailey on the outside. Dakota goes back into the corner. Alexa goes into the corner. Dakota charges over. Alexa jumps up. 1, 2. Kick out by Dakota. Bianca can't believe it. Bailey's looking concerned. Alexa, heel turn. We want new women's tag champs. William said WWE is still in hire, not let go phase. Say a week or so. Surprise ending with a new faction, Wyatt's. What, here? Don't think so. Drop kick by Alexa. Asuka trying to pull back on the arm. Io makes the save. Io makes the save. Oof. Backbreaker. Oh, pulling down on the leg. Tag to Io. Io back in the corner. Ia's going to look to charge over, and she does. Double knees. Double knees by Io. Io with her arms outstretched. Boos are raining down as Io miss springboard drop kick. Asuka goes down. 5 minutes left in the show. Kick out by Asuka. India is the number one with a huge fan base of WWE. One is WWE. 90% followers of superstars are from India. Roman is a hero for all of us. We made a 20-foot statue of him in my village. Very cool. LSW said, I really messed up my knee in wrestling training a few months ago. Every time I walk, I can hear my joint move. Asuka looking for an arm bar. Looking for an arm bar on Io. Shoulder up. Did Alexa come out with Lily? I did not see Lily. Nope. She's not in the corner. I didn't see her getting carried. I don't think she's around. Bailey is distracting. Asuka, look at that. There's taps there by Io. Io was tapping away. Tippity tap tap. Bailey was distracting. Bianca comes round and deals with Bailey. Bianca with a crossbody. Bayley and Bianca go into the timekeeper's area. Alexa has got Dakota. Headbutt there by Dakota. Alexa goes down, rolls out the ring. Asuka comes over, looks for a kick, ducks underneath. High kick there by Asuka. Dakota, wow. That's great by Dakota. Dakota with like a handstand and flicks the kick over. Bianca, horrible shots by Bianca. There's some sort of platform. She's going to put her through it. What is that platform? There's some sort of platform that they're wrestling on. What is that platform? Nice forearm strike there. Bayley is holding on to the hair. Bayley to belly. Oh, into some random tables. So Bayley to belly on Bianca, drives her through a table. Asuka alone in the ring. Kick to the midsection of Io. Charges over, looks for a hip attack. Big strike. Asuka's in trouble, but Alexa gets the leg of Dakota. Dakota goes into the ring steps. Io coming over to the outside, slips between the ropes. Kick there. Ooh, back kick to Alexa. It's been a pretty fun match, this, you know. It's been a pretty fun match. Looking for a moonsault, lands on her feet. Charges over, high kick there by Asuka. Alexa going up top. Twisted Bliss connects. It's going to be it. 2, 3. We've got new. New Women's Tag Team Champions. Wow! Asuka and Alexa have beaten Dakota and Io. Wow. Jeez Louise. So we've got new tag team champions, women's tag team champions. Probably means Bayley will win at Crown Jewel. Didn't see that coming. Did not see that coming. But it's gold for Asuka and gold for Alexa. I like it, said Master Chief. Very good. Very, very good. Very, very good. Very good. Very, very good. Na 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 na. Yeah, we've got new women's tag team champions. We've got Pyro going off and everything's all kicking off right now. I was just thinking there'd be a great time to bring back Sasha and Naomi. Bam, ba ba bam, ba ba bam, ba ba bam. Had a dream, I had a baby. Right, in the chat right now, we have got a link. That is a link to the Raw review sheet. You can click on that link and share your thoughts. What was your favorite part of the show? What was your least favorite part of the show? What did you like? What didn't you like? What do you score the show? The link is at the top there. It's going to be there for the next couple of minutes. So vote, 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 vote. We are going to do our review over on the second channel. We don't do it live anymore, unfortunately, because we never know what videos we need to do and whatever. I am thinking about doing a video actually now for the Asuka Alexa win. So I might go off and do that, and then I'll record the review. But I will use your thoughts and your scores in that review, and that will be uploaded in about an hour's time on the second channel. So you can click on that link and share your thoughts. I really like the Johnny Gargano thing. I really like that. And we got new champions. I think this was a good show. I think it was a good show. Congratulations to Asuka and Alexa, said Courtney. Dakota and Io will blame Bailey for the loss and turn on her. Todd Bowley is just a goat, says 8.5. Jaden said, I feel for Damage Control. They've been buried when you think about it. Adam said, Bailey won't win at Crown Jewel. She 1,000% said she wants to be locked inside War Games at Survivor Series in Boston 3 weeks from Saturday. 3 weeks from Saturday? 3 weeks away, and then we get to... It's not long, is it? Dakota face turn. Alex said, have you had anything to eat? Interesting to eat as of yet. Not really, to be honest, no. Not really. Food's not been brilliant recently, as I've been doing a lot of work. Been doing a lot of like Bray videos and all of that kind of stuff. So no, I haven't really been having anything interesting or different. Just been focused on other things. Have you had anything? Oh, he answered that one. Damage Control just didn't have it as champions. 9 out of 10. It's done. 10 out of 10, said Tyson Fury. Well, it is done, and we are done. So there you go. If you want to click on that link, you can click on that link. I think it's there for a few moments after the stream as well. Normally see people chatting away in the stream after the stream has ended. So if you want to vote, you can vote. We do tend to get quite a few. We actually get more responses now by doing it this way. So we actually get more people voting, which is brilliant. So, yeah, we are going to wrap things up. So really appreciate people joining. Hope you enjoyed the show. And I am going to go off, do that quick video about Asuka and Alexa, and then do the Raw review. So awesome, guys. Thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate it as always. We will be back tomorrow for NXT. Bye for now.